We back.
Okay. My bad about that. My game crashed for some reason, but it's fine. We're back. So like I was just saying, right? We're on the documentary, and
Kodugo K-Good.
okay. I'm saying I never
Have you heard of
watched
this game,
these.
Mortal Kombat? How to make everyone wins.
It's crazy. Now I gotta do all this again.
My parents born in were Boone Valley, Baker Brain.
I ain't doing all this.
But
I'm just.
Impact in about 1990, I would guess.
Enraged face.
Yeah, me too, Zia. Me too.
Okay, it's been hard.
We've already got this far, you know what I mean?
Out.
Talk about digitized graphics, but it's like they just
Don't,
existed.
Zia.
It's like they just came out
Don't
of
worry
nowhere.
about it. It's okay.
People don't think that they came from somebody or from somewhere.
No, I didn't even read this. The Digitizer, Warren Davis, designer of the popular game Qbert, joining the video team at Williams at 1986. He began digitizing video stills with an Amiga computer and turning them into video game sprites. 1988's Narc was one of many games to benefit from his work. The Builder. Programmer Todd Allen joined the Williams video team in 1987, creating development tools for Williams artists and programmers. His custom software, including the Top View debugger and Blimp background editor, became critical tools for every Williams and Midway dev team. In addition to serving as principal programmer on 1988's Narc, Todd worked on the rare 1991 arcade game Strike Force with John Bogle. It's interesting. So Todd Allen and Warren Davis. So Warren Davis was the digitizer, and Todd Allen was the builder. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I've played this. I don't know. I think it could be wrong on the girl from MK3 playing here support. I don't know. I don't see her. But who knows, you know?
I was up on a high cartoon, except up in the operation for art. If you keep that in the with the folks that I worked with at Williams, and you know, I knew right away that hey, this is the place for me.
Oh, this is I didn't even see the rest of this work. Oh, that's dope. But yes, like I was saying, I did play this before, by the way. I did beat the game too. So I did this with my best friend, so. Total Carnage. I played this game myself, and I actually beat this game by myself. So. The dawn of fighting games. Arcade games changed forever in 1991 with the release of Capcom Street Fighter II. With the most successful games to this point have been single player. The competitive action of fighting games.
We need to go back to games like this.
Seriously. The competitive action of fighting games had players pouring quarters into slots, not to set high scores, but to brawl with each other. The genre quickly exploded. And they used Street Fighter. That's crazy. I could imagine that they had to ask Capcom for this. The factory floor. Assigned to small offices behind the pinball factory floor, Midway's designers and programmers recall thriving in their unconventional workspace.
North California Avenue went back to the 40s. That's where Harry Williams and Lynn Durant had started United Manufacturing.
I was always obviously a big fan of Midway, and I always knew it was on California, and I would drive by and it's like, oh, that's this magic place, and that's where these amazing games were made.
It was weird. It's very Chicago. It's gritty. The paint is from like, it's government green from 1947.
It was in the pinball factory.
So you walk into the front door and through.
I'm sorry, wait, I'm sorry.
It's government green.
So he's the guy that let go of a new cruising game? That's pretty crazy from him. Because he's the president of Raw Thrills, and Raw Thrills actually created the new cruising game. I don't know if anybody plays cruising before, but yeah.
From 1947.
Fun fact.
It was in the pinball factory.
So you walk into the front door and through the factory to get to our offices in the back.
I mean, within a space of, what, 20 feet? You go from silence to, like, cacophony.
It was like an assembly line.
There were just Terminator 2s, just hundreds of them in line being developed, and all the sounds going off, terminated, and, you know, like all the explosions going off. I was gobsmacked.
Miles and miles of wires and
A lot of fumes from the in-house plating facility, the stamping machines, the burning soldering irons.
Everything smacking into itself, just all these sounds. And
they actually had 50-ton metal presses stamping out pinball legs.
The factory still had dirt floor.
Throw things on the floor because there's somebody who's going to come by and sweep it up.
So you have this catacomb.
At night when you're leaving, like the lights are down, and you know it's like, wow, this would be a great setting for a horror movie or something.
And being a programmer, a lot of times we worked at night. That's when the rats would come out. They would grow to the size of like a small cat. But I remember the vending machines, rats could jump up and get the product, so it'd have to be only the top 2 or 3 rows you could put a candy bar or something. And even then, sometimes you would buy something and it would just be a wrapper.
There used to be a cafeteria upstairs with a private chef.
And the food was delicious. They had it down. We never left the building, okay? We had half an hour to suck it up and get out and go back to work.
Then you'd make it to your office. And the offices were pretty Spartan. They were rough.
The work on video games happened in what we called downstairs. Upstairs was all of engineering.
Everybody had an office, so it was almost like a dorm.
The first time I remember meeting Ed was when John Vogel and I had shared an office.
So I feel like I was involved with Smash TV and Total Carnage because I could see it being made. Ed Boon, I didn't know anything about him. I mean, he was a programmer in the pinball department at that point.
Ed was coming down from the pinball department to work in the video game department.
To work on high-impact football with Eugene. Right next door to me, there was a double office, and it had John Tobias and John Vogel.
And there was a doorway between the 2 offices that was kind of kept closed. He cranked his music really loud, and I remember he poked his head in, and he said, hey, is that too loud? Is the music too loud? And we said, it's a little loud, so he went in and like lowered the music, and he came back, he's like, is that too loud? So anyway, that's the first time I met Ed, and after that, I think Ed started hanging around with the group of us, and we all kind of became fast friends.
And I was mainly software, those guys were mainly art, so, we had different perspectives and whatnot, just as any group of, guys in their 20s.
Years later, Ed Boon finally acknowledges Tobias. In the 3D era, he never mentioned him.
Things like that.
You could hear conversations of all the different games going on. There was only like 2 or 3 games going on. And then we would all kind of like give each other ideas for stuff. It was a very collaborative environment.
Cookie.
The environment was beautiful. Good enough to make a video game.
I actually got one if you want one.
Didn't feel like a job.
All the magic that was happening there. Somehow the walls kind of absorbed all of that.
Sheesh. So kind of like the magic died down during the time. So they were like trying to get themselves ready and stuff like that, even though they were making friends out of each other and stuff like that, but it was dying down during that time. So that kind of made sense. Oh wait. Ed and John hatched a plan. While Ed was programming...
The cookie word is forbidden. We don't need any blue monsters showing up. Snake.
No, the cookie's fine. Cookie's fine. While Ed was programming Super High Impact and John was working on Total Carnage, the two of them started swapping ideas for a fighting game featuring large digitized characters.
At that point, John was finishing Total Carnage and I was finishing Super High Impact.
See, I want to play that shit. What?
When we started to talk,
Yo, I gotta play that
what
game.
would become Mortal Kombat. I think the initial conversation was about, hey, wouldn't it be cool to do a one-on-one fighting game?
John and I were talking about a game called Street Fighter, who had really big characters.
Playing Mortal Kombat Mobile.
Really big characters on the screen.
I think for me it was anything to get away from the little tiny character sprites that I had done in the last two games.
And we were saying,
Why?
how cool would it be to have our digitized characters?
Street Fighter was kind of fantastical.
Don't question the
hand
support.
animation, beautiful
I play it
stuff,
too
but
sometimes.
Their vision was, let's take this photorealistic system we have now and have a photorealistic fighting game.
For me, it was the opportunity to take all this inspiration from all the kung fu films that I grew up watching and kind of throwing it into a game.
The conversation went towards Jean-Claude Van Damme. At some point, just fixated on the idea of doing a photorealistic Van Damme fighting game. And we put a presentation together when we gave it to Roger Sharp.
We're thinking of Jean-Claude Van Damme. Let's see if he's interested.
The reason we made a video to pitch to Jean-Claude Van Damme was because another team at Midway had done the same thing with Terminator arcade game as well as Revolution X to Aerosmith. And so we decided just to go that route because they were having success with doing that. We found the movie Bloodsport, and we basically grabbed a number of frames of him just kind of getting into a fighting stance pose, and we put the power bars and we kind of mocked up what a generic fighting game screen. And again, just to give him the idea of what the game would look like, how he would be the star, and how realistic the graphics would be.
And I reached out, and it wasn't a no. Whether or not things didn't happen quickly enough, I don't think that it was ever like a door closed. John and Ed thought, Roger, just forget it. Because I think we just kind of left it.
So that was just kind of like the way that you would pitch an idea. But as far as to management, my recollection was that we never gave a formal presentation. Street Fighter was really big, and when we said we want to do a fighting game like this with our graphics, there wasn't much convincing that needed to be done. It was, yes, that obviously is a really cool idea.
I thought it was a fantastic idea, and I knew that I had to still finish Total Carnage, and I know Ed was still working on High Impact. But I think that was the beginning of the conversation.
Maybe our next game could be this fighting game.
Searching for a star. Early on, Jean-Claude Van Damme was approached to star in Midway's new digitized fighting game. The deal never came together, and the team moved on with their own original characters and storyline instead. The team up that wasn't. It wasn't going to be Jean-Claude Van Damme's Universal Soldier or any of the other films, just Jean-Claude Van Damme, based on the skill set that he had. I've reached out to see if there was any interest. It wasn't a no. I don't think there was ever that kind of resolution. Roger Sharp, former director of marketing and licensing for Williams, Bally and Midway. The Fearsome Foursome. That's crazy work. Development teams at Midway were quite small but extremely passionate. The core team that brought Mortal Kombat to life was 4 people: Ed Boon, John Tobias, John Vogel, and Dan Ford.
The team on Mortal Kombat 1 was 4 of us.
My name is Ed Boon. I'm co-designer and programmer. My name's Dan Ford, and I do sound and music. John Vogel, background special effects. John Tobias, and co-designer and lead artist.
There was other sort of
Toasty Mortal Kombat 2.
the cabinet and the wiring.
Indeed.
A team being composed of, I think, 4, 5, 6 people was not uncommon.
You were in one of 2 categories: programmer or artist, and that was basically it. Everything felt like being in a rock band or something. Just a very few number of guys. He's guitar, he's drum, he's we all had our own jobs to do, and we'd fight.
Toasty, Frosty, Whoopsie.
Go see movies with each other and stuff. And
certainly when I started working on Smash TV, it was myself, Mark Turmel, and I think there was maybe one other programmer at the time, and then Eugene Jarvis eventually came on.
Partly it was just the simplicity of the games of that era. 8-bit, pixel art, that a lot of the animation was just done with graph paper. Say Defender, all the animations of that game could be done in a week.
A lot of people think that, somebody up high says you're going to make a fighting game and you're going to call it Mortal Kombat and it's going to look like this, and then we go, okay, and do it. That's not how it worked at all.
It's a bit of the Wild West. There wasn't rules. There wasn't any, well, this is how you make a video game. Everybody made it differently, and as long as cool new stuff was showing up on your screen every once in a while, management would, peek their head in. Oh, you got fatalities going. Good job. And then they'd leave, and you just continue with it.
Sonya, win. It was so pure. You didn't have to, have a committee meeting every time you wanted to add a feature. And
things were so loose back then. There wasn't really a workflow. It was like, hey, we need to get something done. Just do it.
It was just like, yeah, let's try this out, and see if it works.
That's crazy.
Maybe a part of it was also that I wasn't conscious of, might have been to keep costs down. I know what my salary was at the time. I don't know what Ed's salary was, but I have to believe that the development of MK, in terms of the cost of us, had to have been, I don't know, not much. And I remember at the end of my first year working at Midway, I was doing my taxes. My dad was helping me do my taxes. When I started at Williams, I was making $19,000 a year. He knew the hours I was putting in, and we did the math, and I was making probably $2 an hour. Is what I was making working at Williams, and
Yapping too much.
Bro, $2 an hour? Holy shit, bro, that's fucking wicked. I would be heated.
It's not a popular topic, but the overnighters and the going out for breakfast. It was
Hey, it's Johnny.
We said stay till midnight tonight. If anything, they were, you guys are burning yourselves out, and you gotta take it easy or something. So.
Because of the schedules and because of how few people there were, and we were all playing multiple roles or multiple hats, that there was just too much work. And it wasn't like we were being made to do this. It was an art. It was a craft, and it was a labor of love. So we were so passionate that we spent, all of our waking hours and our sleeping hours in the studio.
Some people look back and they go, "Oh, that was, that was like that was abuse or something like that." It's like, no, we were guys in our 20s who were motivated to do something cool. You were working on Liu Kang's, flying kick, and it was feeling good, and you wanted to keep perfecting it, and it was my obsession. It was like being paid to do a hobby. If a band is up all night learning a song, they want to nail it, and it's the exact same thing. It's completely self-motivated.
Back then, it was nothing but fun. It was just, working there was just hilarious. The secret sauce was basically we were just a bunch of knuckleheads doing whatever we wanted, and we were happy.
That's crazy. The first sketches in early 1992.
Honest opinion from you, is the one being from Deception stupid? Raiden.
Yes, Raiden indeed. The God of Lightning. The one being, I think it's kind of rubbish, just like Shin would say, because he doesn't really show himself, and even when he shows himself in Battle of the Realms, it wasn't even that much. You know what I mean? It wasn't convincing of me. You know what I mean? So it just, I don't know. I feel like they really need to deep dive about that at some point, but who knows? So anyway,
Don't forget Sir Treon. She was in Mortal Kombat 11. One being in Battle of the Realms was trash.
Yes, it was. And yes, I wouldn't forget about Cetrion as well. But anyway, in 1992, John Tobias began creating the now legendary Mortal Kombat cast with simple sketches in a lined notebook. The character who will become Johnny Cage is here and under his original name, Michael Grimm. So, Archetypes of characters. Liu Kang, hero, protagonist. See? Yo, right fucking there, bro. Liu Kang was the protagonist, bro. That is fucking crazy, bro. And look, Stryker was there in the beginning, which is even crazier.
Gongoro lol.
But Michael Grimm was the fucking was Johnny Cage basically. And Curtis Stryker, that's probably fucking supposed to be Kano. Oh no, Kano's right over there. But anyway, that was probably supposed to be like Cabal or some shit. Cause Skeptic, like, I don't know. But anyway, see, they didn't even name Scorpion as Sub-Zero yet. This says Ninja 1
Nice
and Ninja
random
2.
Sketch.
And then freaking Shang Lao instead of Shang Tsung, which is crazy work.
Curtis Stryker in MK1 was originally gonna be what became Jax in MK2.
That's probably crazy work.
Then we got actual Stryker in MK3.
Okay, so let's read this. Shang Lao, 500 years ago, corrupts the Shaolin tournament after Gongoro becomes champion. Lao uses the souls of dead warriors to stay immortal and appease his gods. Shang Lao's gods want to invade our realm. They use the tournament to unbalance the Furies. When Earth's realm is in chaos, Shang Lao's gods can step through the dimensional gates. Shang Lao's island is the gateway. Tournaments are generational or every 100 years. Huh. That is a crazy sketch.
Now that we have established lore, make Shang Lao related to Tsung or Kung Lao.
That's crazy work. So look, this was Liu Kang back in the day. The character of Liu Kang started out as Yoshisune Minamoto, a master martial artist named after a real-life samurai warrior. The character later evolved into a Shaolin monk named Liu Kang. So Liu Kang was Yoshisune Minamoto. Eat that, kids. Before their time, some characters would not appear until later games. Kitsune would become
This sketch
Kitana.
looks similar to Kung Lao in my opinion.
I believe it. Some characters would not appear until later games. Kitsune will become Katana in Mortal Kombat 2, while elements of Stryker will inform both Sonya and Jax. A different form of Stryker would eventually appear in Mortal Kombat 3. So there's our answer about Stryker. So this is Kitsune, Shang Lao's princess daughter. See, that's fucking crazy. So it was supposed to be Shang Tsung's daughter, now Shao Kahn's. That's crazy work. Betrays Lao when she falls for Kang. Background non-playable. Palace swap for two ninjas, a hunter and the hunted, or one is running away from clan. Maybe rival clans. Revenge story.
I knew this information already years ago from MK Secrets.
Yeah, I know about this too in a way. But the Shang Lao's princess daughter is the one that I'm surprised about. I know about Kitsune though. Curtis Stryker. Stryker is a member of the top U.S. Special Forces unit. His exact position in the military is unknown. It is known, however, that most of his martial arts studies were obtained from a ninjutsu grandmaster hired by the military to instruct a select group of his soldiers. And yeah, that looks like Jax. So yeah,
Curtis in the sketch even looks like Jax.
So yeah, Curtis Stryker is supposed to be Jax. That's the crazy work. So that makes sense completely. That's crazy work. I can't believe it. Oh, look at that. I forgot about the other pictures. So
originally Jax had Sonya's role in this game.
I believe so, maybe so. But this looks fucking dope. Like, this Shang Lao is crazy work. I like this. Anyway, Shang Lao. To the world, he is a little-known warlord, ruler of an island, fortress, and host to a legendary martial arts tournament. In reality, he is a demon of vast destructive powers. He was cursed by his gods and must drink the blood of true warriors in order to appease them. Unknown to most of the participants, the Kumite is the means Shang Lao employs to obtain the warriors he needs for his unholy ceremony. Holy crap, I couldn't even fucking read. Shang Lao's army, along with a small but powerful army of thugs and henchmen, Shang Lao also utilizes the services of Taoist sorcerers, their loyal monks, as well as various other world creatures. So that's his first background story. So there's that. Right here, see? Lin Kuei Ninja. See, that's Sub-Zero right there. The actual identity of this warrior is unknown, aka Bihan. However, based on the markings of his uniform, it is believed that he belongs to the Lin Kuei, a legendary clan of Chinese ninja. Which Lin Kuei is blue and black ninja gear. Raiden. See, and they spell Raiden with a motherfucking I. That is fucking crazy, bro. The name Raiden is actually from that of a deity known as the Thunder God. It is rumored he received a personal invitation by Shang Lao himself and took the form of a human to compete in the tournament. Well, that's interesting. Michael Grimm. Which it's Johnny Cage. So Johnny Cage was supposed to be Michael Grimm. Instead of John Carlton, it was supposed to be Michael Grimm. A martial arts superstar trained throughout his life by great masters from around the world. Grimm used his talents on the big screen. He is a current box office champ and star of such movies as Dragon's Fist 2, and the award-winning Sudden Violence. Kyle, aka Kano. So that's pretty much how he's supposed to look like. That's pretty crazy. A mercenary, thug, extortionist, thief, Kyle lives a life of crime and injustice. He is a devoted member of the Yakuza. So see, Kano was a Yakuza member. He wasn't a fucking black dragon. That makes sense. Rokuru. Rokuru belongs to a race of demon warriors called the Rokurukubi, Demons of the Dark. Reputed to be savage barbarians, Rokuru will use this misrepresentation against his opponents. He will use the tournament to restore the pride and respect of his race. I don't think this is Goro. It don't look like Goro. I mean, maybe so, just because of the way he looks, like the barbarian look. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. So I'm guessing his name was Rokuro. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Designing the legends. To make sure that the characters stood out from each other on screen, the Midway team leaned into bold colors and simple shapes.
My job on MK1 was basically to do backgrounds. Like, right. John would do characters and I would do the backgrounds. Things were very simple back then, you know, like. One more time. He would choose which frames he wanted to use and then cut the background away from the characters, and that was his job, you know.
Literally after we shot the footage, I think maybe that night or the next day, I started stripping frames. Yeah. Right away. We did a lot of playing around with lighting. We were just sort of discovering. I think we probably taped more than we needed just to make sure that we got enough coverage.
I remember after the Sonya's leg grab, having to say something along the lines of, you know, trust us, it's going to be really cool. The image was clear in my head. Sometimes we forget that it's not inside everybody's head.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, now once from the very middle, all you have to do is just land right there.
Can you do that, or is that
The beginning part.
She should do it from the stands.
Right.
We were trying to get a film-like quality, but we wanted to just amp it up a little bit. And once we realized that pumping up colors really attracted people to our games, that was also our trademark.
A lot of the character design that I did for Mortal Kombat was based on the limitations of the hardware. So I knew that we had a limited color palette that we could work with. I knew that the pixel resolution kind of restricted what we were capable of doing. So bold colors, simple shapes would distinguish one character from another would be important. And I knew that a color palette that would distinguish one character from another was also important. And I was careful not to repeat those things.
The thing about the ninjas was, the nature of them, as you know, there were palette swaps of each other. It was all to save memory, it was a very precious thing in our arcade games. And so Scorpion and Sub-Zero, they were the same character with different colors. John wrote this amazing backstory behind them, making them enemies, and that added to the mystique of the characters.
Hold on. Like, look at that, bro. So they were trying to save space and just created two ninjas off the bat.
Liu Kang.
But all of a sudden, like, John was the one that gave them the backstory that it needed to make Scorpion and Sub-Zero iconic. It's amazing. The actual name of the identity of this warrior is unknown. However, based on the markings of his uniform is... okay, I read this. Shrouded in mystery, the true identity of this ninja is unknown. He has shown signs of distrust and hatred towards the Lin Kuei, a clear sign of opposing clans.
NGLI like when Sub-Zero and Scorpion weren't revealed.
Here are the characters and here are their archetypes. I knew that, well, we need a hero. We need a villain.
Hero. No, Oh, Liu Kang was supposed to be bald. Oh my god.
We need a villain. We need a sidekick. We need all these things. I was a big Joseph Campbell fan. I had read his books, and I was aware of the hero's journey.
The great Liu Kang.
Dead ass.
Okay, well, if we could tell implicit story through character archetypes, the players might sort of almost subconsciously relate to the characters in a particular way. So that played a part in sort of the character choices we made. I don't recall exactly why we did some characters and not others. I know that we were limited with the number of characters we could do. A few of them I remember not using. One of them was a character called Minamoto Yoshitsune, who was based on a Japanese mythological character, and another one was called Rakuro, who was based on, I think, a Japanese mythological beasts. Those two characters didn't make it in. I think part of it was because the names became a big deal for us. It's like, how does this name roll off the tongue? If a name was too long, we knew it was going to be difficult to display on the health meters. It was usually silly things like that would play a part in some of the choices we made.
Most of the characters' names came from John Tobias. A couple of the characters, he didn't have a name written down for them. He had Ninja 1 and Ninja 2. I was a little bit more of like a simple superhero mindset, so I started calling them Scorpion and Sub-Zero. Those simple names were kind of like my influence, but the authentic, cool names, Goro, Shang Tsung, Kano, Raiden, that was John's deal.
For Mortal Kombat 1, there wasn't a lot in the
main courtyard. The first series of Kombat will take place at the open courtyard of Shang Lao's fortress. Day, setting sun, night, lightning, stormy. Oh, so there was supposed to be a night stage and a setting sun stage? That's crazy. That's crazy. My bad. The outdoor setting of the first series will also... Damn it. Will also have different weather conditions. This won't affect the players, but will provide a variety of different backgrounds. Interesting.
We did. Conceptualization was just limited to just scribblings in a notepad.
The next two series of battles will take place within the palace, and the final encounter will happen in Shang-Lao's throne room.
I don't remember many, if any, drawings of backgrounds, but there may have been some. I just remember kind of like I said, just winging it and doing whatever. Like John would say, I'd like a dungeon or something, and that became Goro's lair. You know, I had already learned how to do the parallax scrolling stuff from Terminator 2, so that worked out well with doing parallax stuff for Mortal Kombat as well. I know there was one specific background that he wanted, and that was with statues, the statue background. Just make something look cool. That was basically the rule. I went to Chinatown. That was with statues, stuff for Mortal Kombat as well. I know there was one specific background that he wanted, and that.
So this is basically like I think it was the second stage of the first Mortal Kombat game, because that's what it looks like. But yeah, definitely
was with statues, the statue background.
Oh, this is, yeah. Okay, this is the statue background.
Just make something look cool. That was basically the rule. I went to Chinatown, and just to get references and stuff, there would be, you know, an interesting vase, and I would video that vase, and then I use that, and that's Shang Tsung's, one of Shang Tsung's thrones is like the vase, you know. There's the dragon that was sitting on Ken Fedesna's desk. I just said, hey, can I video that? And he's like, cool. So I grabbed it off his desk, took it to my office, and grabbed it. That's like in one of the backgrounds, and you know, there's two of them. You know, and then there's the pagoda in Chinatown that I videoed that and used that as, you know, the courtyard, I guess we call it, I think. You know, Shang Tsung is also in on the chair, and it's that big roof thing. That's from Chicago. That's from Chinatown. So sometimes it meant opening a book and going, oh, that's a cool Chinese thing. You know, get the camera, take video of it, and use that. There are things from books in Mortal Kombat 1. You know, I just went out and grabbed stuff. What looks cool? Kind of a guerrilla artsy sort of way. It wasn't really planned all that much back then.
So that's very interesting. The way that it was like, you know, presented back in the day though is kind of crazy though, because I never thought that it was like one of those moments that like you could definitely think that, like, you know, oh, this was how people were created at the time. No, like at the time, like, people didn't even have names at the time. People had random ass names at the time too. So it's like, yeah, like, it's crazy. A world begins to take shape. With a few simple sketches, John Tobias took the first steps towards creating what would become an expansive universe. John Vogel would soon take these concepts and begin building the game's fighting arenas. Well, this is what I read. And then yes, we've seen this. Dungeon, yep. Bios and attract mode. These early character biographies evolved to create rivalries that made Mortal Kombat's world more interesting and exciting than merely two sprites hitting each other. John also suggested a scroll of Shang Tsung's tournament invite appear in the attract mode, which was ultimately not pursued. Okay.
John Tobias probably would hate 3D since it's not his vision.
Once a member of the super secret White Lotus Society, which that's no secret now, Liu Kang left the organization in order to represent the Shaolin temples in the tournament. Kang is strong in his religious beliefs, even though it says it right there, and despises Shang Lao. He competes only for the chance to expose the true nature of the contest. Grim, which is Johnny Cage, a martial arts superstar trained by great masters from around the world. Cage, it says it right there, Cage uses his talents on the big screen. He is the current box office champion, star of such movies as Dragon Fist 2, and as well as the award-winning Southern Violence. Stryker, a member of the top U.S. Special Forces unit, Stryker's team was hot on the trail of Kano's Black Dragon gang. They followed them to an uncharted island where they were ambushed by Shang Lao's army. Stryker must compete in the tournament to free his team members. So, Stryker was supposed to be Sonya. Kano, a mercenary thug, extortionist, and thief, Kano lives a life of crime and injustice. He is a devoted member of the Black Dragon, a dangerous group of cutthroat madmen feared and respected throughout crime's inner circles. He competes only for a chance to raid and plunder. Yeah, I read these already, but see, there's the Lin Kuei, which is Sub-Zero, and then Ninja 2 was Scorpion. So Ninja 1 was Sub-Zero. That was the first person that was thought of. And then Scorpion was thought of after, which is pretty crazy. Even though, like, that tends to be the favorite, but, you know, Sub-Zero was the most OG out of OGs. The name Raiden is actually that of a deity known as the Thunder God. It is rumored that he received a personal invitation by Shang Lao himself and took the form of a human to compete in the tournament. Raiden's wisdom makes him suspicious of Lao's true intentions for hosting the tournament. Gongoro, a 2,000-year-old half-human dragon. Gongoro is undefeated for the past 500 years. He won the title of Grand Champion by defeating Shi Sao, which that's supposed to be Kung Lao, the Great Kung Lao right there, a Shaolin fighting monk. It was during this period that the tournament fell into Shang Lao's hands and was corrupted. Attract mode invitation. Attention, the Imperial Court of Shang Lao invites warriors of all styles to compete in the most glorious of martial arts tournaments. The contest will be held on the island fortress of Shang Lao, located at the central of the Celestial Sea. Grand prize, immortality. And this was supposed to be the invitation. That looks nice. Look, the dragon logo right there. Crazy. Creating a monster. In addition to the playable cast of humans, John Tobias imagined a fearsome four-armed boss monster named Goro. Alright. I'm guessing that has to be one of the final looks right there. It's pretty crazy. Look at that, Goro and all its glory.
With a dragon tail low.
Look, and his name is supposed to be Gongoro.
Cupcake fortune cookie.
It's crazy work. Oh shit, there was one more image. Gongoro back view, Gongoro side view. That's crazy, bro. Goro lives. Once the design was final, Goro was created as two posable foam-covered models, a primary and a spare, and animated using stop-motion techniques. Goro's original model now sits under glass at NetherRealm Studios. That's crazy, bro. He look like fucking Rash from fucking what's it called? From
Wait,
Battletoads.
so who is Rokuro then? Cause he looks similar to Goro. Wait, so who TF is Rokuro then? Cause he looks similar to Goro.
Yeah, I don't know. Two stop
Oh, my
motion.
bad.
Two stop motion Goro maquettes were created in case of a spare was needed. In 2013, artist John Vogel photographed the Goro models for posterity, noting where the foam has started to deteriorate with age. One of the two Goro maquettes remains on display in the lobby of NetherRealm Studios. Perfecting the field. Thanks to internal playtesting, many key features were suggested, created, and tested in very short order. From exaggerated uppercuts to the infamous finishing moves, rapid iteration was the key to finding out what worked.
One of the really cool things about Mortal Kombat and about some of the really great games, if you have a really great winning concept, often, you know, they got that game running in like a month. A lot of modern games, it seems like they spend all their time in this graphical wilderness trying to get everything looking so cool, and then they've got like 3 weeks left to figure out what the game is.
We had a very fast iteration. I would get art from John, you know, we put it in, and an hour later, we were playing it.
Raiden wins.
The first time you play it, you just go, this is incredible. You knew you were on the right course.
Ed was like just eager to have people in and give him feedback on stuff.
A lot of times it was just, you know, someone, you'd have someone in your office to look at something and they go, hey, what about this? And then, you know, maybe that's a good idea.
Ideas could come and be turned into reality in the same day.
Yeah,
basically.
in fact, I remember we would record a little bit of footage.
Okay, one more time. All right, that's good.
And it wasn't until Ed actually got the frames and could get them in the game, not until that point would we know that we were making the right choices.
Yeah. When we were making this game, Street Fighter II was the big rage, and I was a huge admirer of that game. At the same time, I felt like there was a little bit more ceiling room in terms of how outrageous you can get with the moves. We wanted characters using magic, disappearing, teleporting, doing all these kind of unpredictable things. And a lot of the moves were constructed from kind of almost like scraps. Kano's ball was from his flipping animation. Scorpion's teleport was from his jump punch animation.
You know, Scorpion throwing a spear and pulling somebody in, that, you know.
It was something that I remember I thought of that was just an outrageous move that wasn't seen in any other fighting game.
Right, although we used to try to do the wind up and throw was usually like 5 frames maybe. Like if you went like
yeah, something like that.
It was one of those spur of the moment, inspirational ideas that ended up becoming like very signature, very iconic to Mortal Kombat.
The way he was implementing them was so interesting because he uses the frames of animation, and he was, as a programmer, would move them around to do things. Like he would define like how things animated across the screen.
When we did the Liu Kang flying kick, you got to stop him once he makes contact, and it'll make the impact feel like it's a lot more intense and more forceful. Iterating again and again how important it is that we get the timing of all these things correct.
Other than, you know, how John would define what the actual frames of animation were, Ed defined how things moved around.
There's little nuances that are put into the game that a lot of players don't identify, but they just know that it feels good, and they're not sure why.
I think that was a hard lesson to learn back in the day of, hey, I want this animation to be really smooth and I want it to be like 100 frames. And it's like, no, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. And it has to feel good.
Like, it's got to have impact. Impact and drama, you know, that's what people are going to respond to.
Get over here, you know, the uppercut was such a big, ridiculous reaction.
Getting the animation of the character, launching them into the air, putting the blood on it, being knocked down, and
they shake the screen.
And the sound call that Dan Forden did.
It's like, no, we need like a really big sound for a hit. It's like, okay, so I made like a really big sound for a hit. The scream of the attacker. The victim, you know, yelling as he flies away. Put all that stuff together, it's like, boom. It's like, oh my God.
I remember we were just walking around just doing uppercuts again and again and going, you know, God, that feels so good, that feels so good.
That's how people knew when something was cool in any game. People were gonna be like, holy smokes. And now you know you have something. And then, so that, and then the fatality.
Like, fatalities were the big thing that made us a hit.
That's fucking crazy. Like, to learn about, like, all of this right now, like, if you haven't learned about it, then, like, you know, to learn about this is pretty dope. But, like, to actually, like, you know, hear it from both of their perspectives and all of their perspectives as well, like, it's amazing. I like it. Get over here. During Scorpion's performance capture, Ed Boon exclaimed, "You know what would be a cool-ass move?" And then they shot his idea for Scorpion to throw a projectile at opponents using a rope to reel them in. Here, Ed and John Tobias offer direction and demonstration for the attacker they intend to created. Let's get it.
You know what would be a cool ass move?
One more time. All right, that's cool.
Do ninjas ever have any sort of...
That was cool, man. What was that?
You pull something like an arrow or whatever, it's stuck into the other guy, and it dragged him across the...
Didn't you say...
Right, although we used to try to do the wind up and throw is usually like 5 frames maybe. Like if you went like
yeah, something like that. You can do the wind up. Maybe something more like you do like this, because you know what I'll do? I'll like trail the rope.
Right. Can you make where you throw it the plane like I want the thing to hit the guy in the chest, you know? Because we have a bunch of frames and one thing big now, and we use that as a drag. So when you stop, your arm is parallel with your chest as opposed to way down here.
Okay, so try to do it chest level.
Okay.
A little bit more of a wind up. And that would be alright, because I could do like a little thing of the rope, more like this, like the tie in, like a little snake in. Oh, you know what? Wait, you know what we should do? After he does that, we should have him do.
Well, I think he ought to do like a.
Yeah, okay. So, do the throw, and then we need some kind of throw back.
Pull your hands together and do that.
Okay. Yeah.
When you try to wind up with a little more like right now you're kind of just going. Yeah.
Okay, one more time.
Next.
You know what we should do, John?
What?
Is if we had 2 stance frames for him.
Okay.
One for the whole guy. I mean, it'll cost us 7 frames, but it'll just make him seem.
Yeah, alright. Okay, yeah.
It'll have to be kind of similar because they're both going to go into the same punch.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But different enough that they're fighting each other.
We'll do that one stance you just did, and only one slightly different. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take the yellow of your palette and have another ninja. And what we're going to have two different stances. One ninja's going to have one, the other's going to have another. But we're going to use all the same punches. All right, so let's do the first stance. Try doing this on like this. Yeah.
A little slower.
A little slower, yeah. Okay. That's good. I should be able to get some. And then let's do the second one. Which is
The other hand kind of the same, but the one that was off before, try it like, you know, on the middle. A little more tucked into your
more like this. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, something kind of like that.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, keep it open. Keep it open too. You want to move one?
Yeah.
Try
a little more body movement. And try to like rock in a repeated manner, you know? Something that,
Jeez. With the same fucking person in the same look, basically had to do the same fucking thing, but with Sub-Zero. It's pretty crazy. Raiden's torpedo. In silhouette, Ed Boon demonstrates his vision for the Raiden's flying torpedo attack, after which actor Carlos Pensina delivers the move in 2 quick takes. During filming, Ed Boon came up with the idea of different default stances for the 2 ninja characters. This subtle but important change will give each character a unique look while idling. Too many buttons. Early in development, John Tobias sketched out a possible control layout using 7 buttons. Low, medium, and high punches and kicks, plus a button for block. But this idea was only entertained for a few days. Removing 2 attacks resulted in the final 5-button layout. So stance, kick, punch, block, jump, crouch. High, medium, low. Roundhouse is high, low, high, medium, low. Block, high, medium, low. Jump, crouch, sweep kick, uppercut. Fatal attractions. Providing an unexpected moment of pure shock value, the grisly cartoonish finishing moves help define Mortal Kombat to players. Here's what helped define the fatality moves themselves.
Raiden wins.
Street Fighter had this feature which I loved and hated at the same time. You can get your opponent dizzy. I loved the fact when I was the aggressor and saw my opponent dizzy, you're almost like salivating at this free hit that you get. And then I hated the idea of being the victim. I put the dizzy feature at the end of the fight. You just get like one last hit. And everybody would do an uppercut as your kind of like payoff. We had a feature that we had dropped in the game where Shang Tsung, when he would defeat you, he would take a sword out and he would like cut your head off. And we weren't going to use it because we were out of space, but we still had the animations of all the characters falling to their knees without a head. One day I just kind of piecemealed the idea of Johnny Cage uppercutting the opponent with this uppercut animation and then using the animations of the character with his head, you know, cut off.
Johnny Cage wins. Flawless victory fatality.
I showed it to John, I showed it to the rest of the team, and everybody lost their mind, and we have to do this. The fact that we gave the players the ability to actually perform this kind of death blow, this kind of killing move, was really the birth of that idea. Some people were kind of like saying, I don't think we can get away with, letting the player kill the other player. So we showed it to management, and they loved it.
I was surprised that we could include the level of blood spattering around that we did. But of course, when I was working on Mortal Kombat, I had just come from Smash TV and Total Carnage, and so the levels of blood spattering around the screen wasn't new to me.
The media didn't love it below.
It was, okay, now we got to think of fatalities for all the characters. Some of the later characters, we actually grabbed animations of them, Kano ripping the heart out, Sonya doing the kiss of death and all that. The spine rip was a suggestion from John Tobias, referencing the movie Predator, and he said, why don't we do what they did in Predator when you pull the head out?
It's just like, it was just like, oh my God.
And I remember saying, I think that's probably crossing a line. We can't do it. Again, once we mocked it up, put it into the game, there was no turning back. Everybody was just losing their mind.
And if anything, I felt like there was a bit of encouragement coming from other folks, around the office, just because of the excitement that it drew from the players.
Everybody had to see this. No one had ever seen somebody removing someone's spinal cord. It's interesting. It made it so much more emotional. It's just like, you're just like, yeah! It's almost like that barbaric, primal emotion, like, yeah!
We never performance captured a fatality for Liu Kang. But there were some animations that we had not used. One of them was this really cool cartwheel kick.
Whoa. Yeah, let's grab that again, even if we don't use it. We'll use it someplace.
We were both like, wow, we'll find a place for that. When it came time to do Liu Kang's fatality, we just spliced on the uppercut animation at the end of it, and it wasn't disgusting, it wasn't gross, it wasn't shocking.
Liu Kang wins.
And we just kind of reasoned with ourselves to say, well, Liu Kang's the hero, he's a Shaolin monk, he's peaceful, heroes don't kill people, so he just gave him a big uppercut. The process of adding fatalities into the game created so much energy in the whole studio in terms of their excitement for the game that we knew there was no backing out of it at that point.
Again, you're in a very small screen environment. You really have to exaggerate things. You have to make it just outrageous.
Scorpion wins.
We found the Holy Grail. It's like hitting the lottery. It was something that we knew was going to be a signature part of Mortal Kombat.
I always judge a great game by how loud players get when they play. You yell at your friends and laugh, and the volume level is a measure of a good game for me.
And like I said, it was just fun and it was happy, and that may be the secret sauce.
Again, when you see people playing the game and they're losing their minds and they're reacting to it, there's your fuel. Yeah. There's your fuel for the next, for the next year to do it. So.
Who put the K in Kombat? After brainstorming names including Kumite, Deathblow, and Dragon Attack, the name Mortal Kombat was suggested, but who changed the spelling to a K?
Who put the K in Kombat?
I did. I put the K in Kombat. I didn't come up with a name, but the K. This is my story. This is my memory, anyway.
I came up with Mortal and the K instead of a C.
Yeah, well, you know what's going to happen? We're going to come up with all the names. We're all going to like them, and Ed's going to hate every one of them. Why? DEFCON is overused. Where? Everywhere. I've heard that so many times.
Yeah, every time you watch War Game.
Ed's probably right behind me, isn't he? Like, going, no, you didn't.
I think there's different stories going on. This is my recollection. It's been 30 years. We had a bunch of words written on a grease board.
We didn't have a name, so there was a bunch of possibilities, and one of them was Mortal Kombat.
Kombat was written, I don't know if it had a K at the time, but Steve Ritchie, he said the words, what about Mortal Kombat?
They had Combat on their whiteboard, but they were all a lot younger than me, and I'm not sure they ever heard of the phrase, they fought in Mortal Kombat, meaning somebody's gonna die. It is what this game is about. It's Mortal Kombat.
And when he said that, you know, from my perspective, it was like, whoa, there's the name right there. But I don't remember. Do you remember where the K came from?
Yeah. So yeah, what I remember was that, and then I think we went to legal with that name, Mortal Kombat with a C, and they came back and said no, because they couldn't trademark it, because it was, I guess, a common term. I remember it was John Vogel,
right,
who wrote the K.
Yeah, yeah.
And in fact, he might have done that before that conversation with the legal department.
As a joke, I was in the room with Ed, and as a joke, I changed the C to a K, and we were like laughing about it. Ha ha ha, that'd be funny, oh, it's so stupid. And then, so I said, all right, and I was putting it back to a C, and he goes, no, leave it, you know, just leave the K. And so that's my memory as how it happened.
No, it was me, because the C was like, I don't know, just look cooler with the K. That's my thoughts.
And then I think we went back to legal and said, what about if it has a K? And then they went away, and then they came back and said, yes, you can. If you put a K on it, we can trademark it.
Actually, John Vogel's involvement does ring a bell for me.
I don't think I was enamored with the K. I thought it was goofy. And then when the realization hit that, well, if we change it with a K, we can use Mortal Kombat, it's like, oh, damn it. We're going to give it, I think Vogel was right.
Yeah.
So whether you hate me or love me for it, you know, now C's are now K's.
Wow. Impaled in the pit. The dev team gave themselves grisly cameos as victims of the pit. Here are the source images and in-game sprites for John Vogel and John Tobias. Note, Ed Boon's entire corpse stuck to the pillar. Yup. Yeah, and I see Ed Boon's corpse right there. Yo, that's crazy. The sound of Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat sound designer and composer Dan Forden may he enjoy his business venture elsewhere, because he just recently quit NRS. So thank you so much for so many years of Toasty and all the fucking great sounds of Mortal Kombat. You will forever be missed.
This is the sound area. This is where they make all the sounds for the games.
I am an audio director here at NetherRealm. The sound guy, you know, like, gotta get the voices in.
Dan shows you cool stuff every couple of days. He just comes in and you go, great, this is awesome.
And he's a lot like Ed, where I just have this confidence that, you know, he's going to go away and come back with something spectacular.
That's the Johnny Cage Nut Crunch, I believe. Didn't someone make a candy bar, Johnny Cage Nut Crunch bar?
Again, we didn't know what we were doing, so it's just, okay, it's a fighting game, a lot of yelling, a lot of pain. You know, I don't think we had enough memory to record, okay, this is Scorpion's voice, this is Sub-Zero, so we just, like the men, we just mixed and matched. I think Sonya was the only female in the first one, so we had, obviously, a female voice for that, and that was hers. But the rest of them, I think, would just be shared. We'd just get the talent, which was just people around the studio. It's not like we were hiring people to come in and do this.
We recorded me as the announcer, as Shang Tsung. You know, Liu Kang wins.
Finish him.
That's crazy. I didn't even think of that.
Wins. Fatality.
You know, fatality. All of those kind of classic sound calls was me, because we didn't have somebody with a better voice. Later on, we found Steve Ritchie, who had a much better voice in terms of like an announcer.
Baraka wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
I did a terrible Bruce Lee impersonation for Liu Kang. I think I did a yell for Kano.
Kano wins.
But I was also the voice of Scorpion, you know, yelling, "Get over here."
Get over here. Excellent. Come here.
I had worked with Dan Forden for many years at the time. I remember there was another sound guy who thought that was the stupidest thing in the world. And it kind of was, you know. Why would a ninja, you know, yell, "Get over here"? That's such a, like an American kind of thing.
Wins.
The idea was, again, the outrageous presentation. We really wanted to have, you know, just yelling and loudness in general into the game. From
Plot twist, whoever thought the Get Over was stupid is no other than Quan Kai.
Right.
Not having the Get Over here.
Ed would get me, this is back in the days of VHS, right? He would get me a playthrough of the background that I'd be working on. These are the instruments that I have, and look at the background, trying to think of, like, well, what makes sense musically for this.
You try to imagine the action of playing the game and what the music's gonna do to, like, get you revved up.
Ever since, I don't know, the 70s, early 70s even, always liked progressive rock a lot. So a friend of mine turned me on to King Crimson in high school, and that's been like a love of mine ever since. And so there's no doubt that there's a lot of King Crimson influence in the Mortal Kombat music that I wrote over the years. You know, like the very first tune, it's a melody in a diminished scale, harmonized at the fifth. So that sounds like a lot of King Crimson stuff. I think they pretty much liked everything I did. I don't remember doing over too many things. Now and then there would be like, you know, maybe you should try this instead of that, and some sort of corrective feedback. But for the most part, it's just we were just kind of making it up as we went along.
Crazy. The first public test. When a prototype game was put into a real arcade for critical playtest, the developers got to see real-world reactions for all their hard work, both good and bad.
Testing a game was always one of the most fun parts of the job.
Which I still want to do. And RS, if you're interested, let me know, man. I'll definitely be a game tester. I would not mind.
In the earliest days of Mortal Kombat development, the only place you could play the game was in Ed's office. I would play the game every day. Ed would call me in to try something out, but other people, you know, would walk by Ed's office and see what he was working on and come in and play the game. And it was very valuable feedback, because that feedback was coming from guys like Eugene and Mark Trammell and George Petro and, you know, a lot of the other developers in the office at the time. Eventually, we would put a game out in the hallway for anybody to play. And so we'd get pinball designers would come down and play the game. There were folks who worked in the factory would come back and they would play the game. And so we'd watch folks kind of play the game, and we'd take notes on sort of, you know, what the reactions were. And then eventually that would lead to our first weekend test.
Testing the game in the arcade was such a critical part of determining what's working and what doesn't work.
Being on test is like one of the best parts, one of the most exciting parts of doing an arcade game.
Our first location test was a weekend test that we did, and that was done at an arcade called Times Square. It was a Friday night, so it was packed. The arcade was packed. And there was a crowd around the Street Fighter game. Street Fighter 2 was out at the time. And I just thought, there's no way these guys are coming over to play our game.
It was like this big event. The whole video game department would go, no matter whose game it was.
You'd roll a blank black cabinet into an arcade and just turn it on.
When we brought the first Mortal Kombat game out on test, there were 6 characters. We didn't have Sonya yet. A whole bunch of things just weren't working. And it was all about just kind of the fundamentals, the feel of it, the reaction to the visual, the reaction to blood.
That rush, that reverie, or that destruction and devastation if something doesn't work out, you know, like, it's like, oh, we got to fix that, you know, and it hurts, you know, it feels bad.
I remember watching the first player, he was one of the guys from the crowd, walking over and looking at the attract mode and then dropping a token in and playing the game. And then I remember he walked over, tapped, fell on the shoulder, called him over, and then the other guy came over, and then they played the game. And then slowly people migrated over.
Whenever you would see a secret move come out, I remember the first time they saw Raiden do the dive move, you'd hear an audible, cheering or gasp. How did you do that? Easily the most enjoyable part for me was seeing and hearing reactions from players.
And at some point, Ed, I think, went in and he did a fatality. Kind of a thing, and then he walked away, now it's a big frenzy to figure out, how do you do that? How do you do that? And that's how people found out about the fatalities. Assuming my memory is correct, but I believe that's how it happened.
We would never perform fatalities in front of people because then someone's going to see you do it, right? We wanted to launch the game and have people discover it naturally and organically.
Testing the first Mortal Kombat, there was a certain amount of anonymity, I guess you can say. We could be in an arcade watching with a crowd of other people and be close enough in age to them that we just kind of blend in. What is this new game? And then you would get a candid response. Once you tell them that you worked on the game, then they're not going to say anything negative about it.
Across the street from Times Square was a pizza place. And so we would go across the street, get some pizza, and we would discuss, everything that we saw, what was cool, what was not cool, or, what should we change? Hey, that was cool. And it was so much fun.
Seeing that first game on test was so reaffirming that we had something big. I saw players get so excited they just had to run. They just had to run around in circles.
By the end of that night, we had a pack of players around our game, hooting and hollering and just having a great time.
Players that we saw first see the game on a Friday, we saw them the entire weekend.
And I think at that point I thought, okay, we're gonna be okay.
So they knew. Lieutenant Blade reporting for duty. An April location test with a work in progress build of the game featured just 6 characters. After seeing players react, the team realized that they wanted to add another to the roster. The team then added Sonya, a reworking Striker's background as a Special Forces soldier. So yes, Striker was supposed to be here, but unfortunately it was Sonya. Sonya's performance capture.
Let's try that one you were talking about. Okay. Where she...
Could you probably in the back, you just do the handstand and you go over? Yeah. All you have to do is just land right there.
Okay, can you do that or is that...
That's great. Is that enough for you?
Yeah, let's try it one more time and just step up a little bit, just in case I need anything before, just in case.
Start a little bit further up.
Can you start on the mat?
Okay, now once from the middle, act like you're just getting into it. You even have to. This is so we can do the beginning part.
She should do it from the stance.
Right, from your stance.
Get in your stance and just act like you're getting into it. Actually, she should step up.
Move to the middle of where you're
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good move. You'll be impressed when you see what we turn that into.
Interesting. Boone and Tobias. Ed Boon and John Tobias' skill complemented each other extremely well. Both men, as well as team members, explained why they think they made such an effective pair.
This was our first game that we were doing kind of as the leaders of the games. Mark Trammell was the kind of leader of the Smash TV team, and Eugene was kind of the leader of the High Impact team, along with John Newcomer. And so this was kind of like our first solo project.
I think they have complementary skill sets.
We're symbiotic in a way. Certainly in the first few games, it was just like we just knew what the other person was looking for. And I don't know that we ever, I mean, if we had an argument, it certainly wasn't about the work that we were doing. We just seemed to know what the other person was looking for.
They worked well because they trusted each other's talents enough to say, okay, yeah, you know what you're talking about. Ed took care of all the programming. John took care of all the art.
They just had this unsaid, hey, you know, it'd be fun. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's do it.
Working with Ed, one of his great strengths were just his focus, I think, and his ability to just grind and get things done. Ed, who was the sole programmer to create that game, in hindsight, was incredible.
For one programmer to do all those games is pretty amazing. And
his door is always open. He wants to hear new ideas. He's dangerously funny, where it just busts me up at least once a day.
He would just crack us up all the time, just his jokes, and he made it easy to work the long hours.
John is a really good storyteller. John has a history as a comic book artist. So I think that probably contributed to his ability to tell a compact story. The only story we had was a little paragraph that would play underneath the character doing a kata, but that was enough to really intrigue players.
You really gave a shit about it because of the backstory, because about the whole mythology that John Tobias had created. You know, maybe not unlike WWF or something, almost like Star Wars in martial arts.
The first game truly was like an expression of just who we were at the time. You know, we were in our early 20s, the stuff that we consumed growing up as kids, and we just threw it all into the game. There was nobody telling us what to do, how to do it.
I think it was a great partnership, and I think, you know, what can you say? Success beyond belief.
During development, animations or character moves might be removed for design, flow, or memory reasons. For instance, trimming the wind-up moves for several attacks sped up gameplay. These reanimated frames of cut content offer a look of what might have been. Yeah, no, that would have been
Crazy
weird.
so that Shang Tsung Mugen fatality is cut content.
Grim. The fuck? Like, that was it? Oh, it was crushing the skull, okay. Wow. That should have been there. The wind-ups.
I thought they were made up fan-made animations, can't believe they were real.
Yeah. Animated observers.
That Goro turning to stone is from a fan-made game.
That font is crazy. The big sales pitch. Before Mortal Kombat could prove itself to players, the machines had to be sold to arcade operators. This promotional video for arcade trade shows sells the game's strengths, pointing out that the blood and fatalities could be disabled.
Fighting games have proven themselves to be strong collectors suitable for a wide range of locations. They embody the most attractive elements of the arcade experience: characters endowed with mythic powers, full player control, secret moves, and the kind of unbridled, head-to-head competition that compels repeat buy-in. Now from Midway comes Mortal Kombat. It captures the most popular elements of the fighting game and adds more. More control, more powerful characters, more depth, more secret moves, and advanced digitized graphics, delivering the most realistic fighting action available. Begin Mortal Kombat by choosing one of 7 characters, each boasting an arsenal of unique talents. There's Johnny Cage, the brash Hollywood movie star; Kano, thief and mercenary; Raiden, the mythical thunder god; Liu Kang, the fighting Shaolin monk; Scorpion, a ninja warrior bent on revenge; Sub-Zero, the ultimate assassin; and Sonya, U.S. Special Forces soldier. Each player has 5 basic moves corresponding to the 5 action buttons. High punch, high kick, low punch, low kick, and a block. In addition to these moves, players will continue to discover new joystick button combinations. Each new technique provides another competitive edge. For example, moving the joystick away from your opponent while pressing the low kick button will result in this sweep kick. Moving the joystick straight down will put the player in a crouch. By then releasing the joystick and pressing low punch, you'll administer a devastating uppercut.
Johnny Cage wins.
Secret moves play a big part in the success of any fighting game. Collections soar as players strive to develop a character's full fighting potential. Mortal Kombat has several times more secret moves than the nearest competitor. The button joystick combinations required to execute these moves are different for each character, as are the moves themselves. And each character's arsenal of secret moves offers unique tactical advantages. If you learn one of Sonya's secret moves, you'll be able to perform this devastating scissor throw. Learning to activate Raiden's secret weapon lets you fire lightning bolts at your opponents.
Raiden wins.
Victory is achieved by winning 2 out of 3 rounds. Players losing a match will have to buy in to continue.
Liu Kang wins.
Finally, winning 3 matches against paired adversaries will put you in the ring opposite Goro, a 4-armed, unstoppable titan, half human, half dragon. Should Goro be subdued, you'll engage the most deceptive and powerful opponent of all, Shang Tsung, the bloodthirsty emperor capable of instantly becoming any fighter he chooses. Conquer Shang Tsung, and you will have joined unfrequented ranks, those who have battled all adversaries, yet survived.
Test your might.
Every 5 matches during both 1- and 2-player games, you'll have a chance to test your strength and win bonus points by smashing progressively harder objects. two-player mode allows true head-to-head combat. Players must rely on their fighting abilities, as well as a knowledge of their character's strengths, as they are matched against an opponent with different, but equally lethal, abilities. Each player selects a character and the match begins. The player losing the best-of-3 match will have the option of buying in to continue. The winning player will continue to play as long as he maintains a string of victories. Loser pays, winner stays. From a technical standpoint, operators will find even more to like. Mortal Kombat employs Midway's exclusive diagnostic package and a sensitive, yet durable, 8-way microswitch joystick. In addition, operators will want to be aware of a dip switch setting we've included, allowing them to temper the game to fit the requirements of a location. By simply flipping a switch on the CPU board, you're able to remove any depictions of blood that would otherwise appear in the game. Another dip switch will disable the most graphic secret moves. In this way, operators can be sure they're matching the game to the disposition of their clientele. Mortal Kombat is quite simply the most complete video fighting game available. It boasts the industry's most realistic graphics, digitized images of real martial arts experts, heroic characters more powerful than those found on any other fighting game, secret moves to learn and master, and fierce battles against titanic adversaries. All of these elements combine to make this game powerfully unique, the world's most advanced interactive fighting experience.
And that was long as hell. Midway comes out fighting. Midway's original press release called Mortal Kombat the most advanced and fully articulated fighting action game ever created, with all the unbridled fury of head-to-head competition. Oh my god. Okay. So, Midway Manufacturing Company for immediate release, Midway Manufacturing Company comes out fighting with the ultimate martial arts video game, Mortal Kombat, packs a 1-2 punch as it ushers in a new era of coin-operated amuse entertainment. Whatever. From the #1 coin-on company in the world, responsible for pioneering and perfecting leading-edge digitized graphics technology, Midway Manufacturing now sets a new industry standard with the introduction of Mortal Kombat. Taking what has become a classic game genre as well as a pervasive international phenomenon, Mortal Kombat brings stunning realism to the screen with a solid storyline of unparalleled martial artistry. Only the best can survive in a fight-to-the-finish tournament being staged in the secret island fortress of the infamous warlord Shang Tsung. 7 of the finest combatants in the world have gathered to do battle, led by martial arts master Johnny Cage, star of such box office hits movies as Dragon Fist and Sudden Violence. There's Liu Kang, representing all of the Shaolin temples, but once a member of the secret White Lotus Society. A mercenary and devoted member of the ruthless Black Dragon, Kano epitomizes this feared group of cutthroat madmen bent on global domination. The true identity of Sub-Zero can only be guessed at based of his uniform markings, which has led to many believe he belongs to Lin Kuei, a legendary clan of Chinese ninjas. As for Scorpion, this ninja undoubtedly comes from a rival clan located in the provinces. Sonya Blade, a member of a top U.S. Special Forces unit, finds herself a lone warrior out for revenge and justice. With a personal invitation from the mighty Shang Tsung, Raiden is better known as the Thunder God, whose unearthly presence make him a force to be reckoned with. Last but not least, Goro waits in the wings, a 2,000-year-old half-human dragon. He remains undefeated for the past 500 years, having won the title of Grand Champion by beating Kung Lao, a Shaolin fighting monk. Now, all are ready for the matches to begin. Only Mortal Kombat captures all the fantasy and non-stop action of a cast of exceptional on-screen characters possessing their own unique mythic powers. With more fight than any other video game has ever featured before, Mortal Kombat brings to life on all the unbridled fury of head-to-head competition as players master the nuances of an 8-way micro-switch joystick and 5-button controls for kicks, punches, blocks, combination moves, and death-defying secret moves. In 2-player mode, Mortal Kombat provides the King of the Hill best 2 out of 3 match to determine winners, where single players can pit themselves against all 6 other adversaries before advancing to a special mirror match against their own character. Victory here means a battle against the 4-armed mutant Goro and ultimately the final challenge before the treacherous Shang Tsung. If this wasn't enough to capture the legion of video game players who thrill from the intensity of fighting games, Mortal Kombat also incorporates a Test Your Might action sequence after every 5 matches where the objective is to smash through the wooden boards, stone, steel, rubies, and diamonds. The most advanced and fully articulated fighting game ever created, Mortal Kombat provides operators with Midway's exclusive diagnostic package and at a full range of dip switch settings to suit the needs of any location. For more information about Mortal Kombat, contact your local authorized Midway Manufacturing Company distributor or Roger Sharp at 312-267-2240. What the fuck did I say that for? And this was the arcade cabinet that we know and love today. It's exciting. Like, it really is just to see it, you know what I mean? Like, I love it. Mortal Kombat version 1.0. Following several rapid internal prototypes, the earliest public version of Mortal Kombat began shipping in August 1992, finding its way into local arcades in the months that followed. Players learned moves through experimentation, making knowledge of secrets social currency. So real it hurts. The original promotional flyer for Mortal Kombat featured Josh and Zach Sharp, the sons of Williams marketing maven Roger Sharp. Today, the two are highly ranked competitive pinball players. A name up in lights. Mortal Kombat marquee, originally backlit and displayed at the top of the arcade cabinet, later signed by Boone and Tobias. The power of secrets. There's no way anybody's gonna figure this out. John Tobias thought when he saw the requirements to pull off fatalities, but not only did fans quickly discover Mortal Kombat's many secrets, they started creating their own.
Fighting games of that era kind of all had this level of secrecy to them. Mortal Kombat, I think, took that to a very extreme level.
You had to guess like the moves and how to figure out the codes.
I think Street Fighter did something like that, right? They didn't document any of the moves, so we took that same approach.
I think not having a move list, there was so much to explore and you had no idea of what you were still missing. It was another thing, it built up so much mystique to the game.
But then we kind of extended it, right, with the fatalities and whatnot. Especially at the end with the character Dizzy, there was a certain amount of, you know, what are you going to do? You would see them trying to trigger something else. They knew that there was something secret in there.
The announcer's like, finish him! And you go up and go, boom. And you're like, damn it! I screwed up the fatality. It's like the worst feeling in the world.
And, you know, everyone was playing as Kano because in the early days before people, you know, knew what most of the moves were, Kano's moves were just, I don't know, move the joystick in a circle real fast and he'll turn into a ball and do it, or hit block and mash the buttons, I don't know.
First character I played was Kano, and I found the ball attack and the knife throw, and within the first day I found the fatality too.
Kano wins.
I was finding stuff right away.
I remember being in your office, and I remember you showing me what the button combinations were, and then you have to be standing this far away from the other character. And I remember thinking to myself, there's no way anybody's going to figure this out. We're never going to, no one's ever going to do this. And literally, like the first weekend, they figured it out right away. Yeah.
You know, the fatalities and special moves and things, like those were things that you kind of had to trade around.
Because you'd hear people chattering like, oh, there's this move, and not having the internet at the time to go to, it made it very social.
If you knew something that wasn't, you know, widespread knowledge, you could take that down to the arcade and pull it out on somebody and really blow some mind.
So a lot of hand watching. Where did you stand? The most premium spots are literally right behind it, like right between two people, or on the corners, because those are the only spots where you were able to see the screen and people's hands at the same time.
There was so much in there, and it really requires a fan base to come together and share, to work together to play.
BestViewerStreamBoo.com, remove the space, at Ahmet 0 pence DP.
I was always obsessed with those kinds of things. I was a big fan of Street Fighter, and there was this rumor that was not true, that there was a character in there called Sheng Long. And I remember when we had started this game thinking, you know, we have to have a real secret character. And so there was a Sunday, and Scorpion was yellow, Sub-Zero was blue, and I went into the art program and tinted him green, made up these crazy rules in terms of how to find him, made him jump out occasionally and kind of tease you with his existence, put it together in one day, didn't even tell John about it, and was just kind of wondering how many people are going to pick up on this.
Who is this?
Bigfoot. Some people had sightings and some people didn't, because there was this one that was real and was rather difficult to find. It could give players a little bit of creative license to come up with something and say that they did see something else happening in the game.
The level of secrets that happened in those first few Mortal Kombat games kind of corresponds with the rise of the internet. And people started trading around like, hey, here's a list of, I think these are fatalities.
I remember going home to my dad's house, and he had internet. He had a CompuServe account. And
There's a bot in chat.
And I'm like, Dad, can I go back to the arcade? I want to try some of this stuff.
I made it my mission to test all that stuff out. And that became my calling. We need to investigate.
And I published my first FAQ, and it is the most inaccurate piece of junk that is available. It's like shameful, but it's where I started.
And then, you know, all these urban legends about Ermac and all these other alleged characters that it's kind of like, you know, how the kids used to say back in the day, the negative worlds and Mario Brothers and Mario could go skiing. You know, it's that kind of like, you know, the kid equivalent of water cooler conversations.
People would come up with lore, you know,
Yeah,
lies
right.
of
Right.
I did this and that happened, and everybody's, you know, and we just shut up.
A friend of mine in high school said he was cousins with someone who filmed for the game, and that there was a secret character that they had filmed. So I put it in my FAQ, and I trusted him, and found out way later he was just messing with me.
The people feeding in things that they'd want to see in the game would kind of blend in with what was really there. sometimes you'd see a move and then it was gone. You'd be like, I swear this was in there. Did that really happen? Like, there was no way to capture it.
A friend of mine, his little brother was playing the game and told me about Kano's laser beam.
Yeah, that's right.
And I remember telling my friend's younger brother, there's no laser beam. He's like, no, I saw it. And so I know he's mistaken with what, I don't know what he saw, but he didn't see that. This mythology was being built by the player base. I think we understood that pretty early on, and Ed, more than anybody, I think really took advantage of that and kind of messed with the players with hiding stuff in the game.
Yeah, I remember somebody found one of Sonya's moves, and I foolishly changed it because I read it on a news group, thinking, yeah, I got the best of that.
And they did some devious things to keep a lot of those things secret. I think there was a revision of Mortal Kombat 2 where they just arbitrarily changed all the fatalities because everyone figured them out too fast. And it's maybe the most devious and mean thing they've ever done.
I remember thinking at that point, yeah, this internet thing has gotten, you can't beat it. You can't defeat it. It's just too powerful.
One of the fun things about going to an arcade was, a lot of people didn't have the internet just yet. So people would show up with their copy of their FAQ. Once I was there and I saw someone with my guide, like my FAQ, and I was like, oh, where'd you get that? He's like, oh, the guy who wrote it sold it to me. And I was like, what do you mean sold it to you? I wrote it.
We had a Mortal Kombat comic book that John drew, and we were the ones stuffing the envelopes, and we started writing messages to players. Sonya has a slide move, She didn't have a slide move. Within a week, I was at, it was like Galen North or something arcade, and some guy was playing Sonya, just keep trying these things. And one of the guys said, what are you looking for? And he goes, I'm looking for Sonya's slide move, Poor guy was, looking for it. But we were just adding fuel to that fire.
Most of those secrets went unknown to me until much later in life when walkthroughs on YouTube became a thing, and I was like, whoa. I totally missed a lot of stuff in a lot of games.
To us, secrets were basically replay value, and that was the most important thing.
Wow.
Having more to do with the game, having more to discover, more to enjoy.
We love the idea of, just this question mark over the game. What else is in there?
Beep boop.
It just made the game that much more mysterious, right?
That's crazy. So that's how they built their secrets. Yellow and blue makes green. When that random thought hit Ed Boon while grabbing fast food shortly after Mortal Kombat's release, he added a secret ninja enemy, Reptile, that combined the palettes of Scorpion and Sub-Zero, then waited for players and his co-workers to notice. Cryptic clues. While Reptile was added to the 3.0 revision in late August, players weren't offered clues on how to find them until the 4.0 chipset at the end of September. The green ninja would briefly and randomly appear before matches, accompanied by cryptic messages like "Perfection is the key" and "Look to La Luna." Finding Reptile. Players must meet very specific conditions in order to battle Reptile.
Boring collection TBH.
In a one-player game, win 2 rounds on the pit without using any blocks. Finishing with a double flawless victory and their character's fatality. Additionally, a silhouette must fly across the moon at some point during the fight.
Who is this guy?
Facing Reptile. If all those conditions are met, Reptile appears at the bottom of the pit, borrowing Scorpion's health bar. Reptile uses the moves of both Scorpion and Sub-Zero and moves at double speed. If the player can defeat Reptile, they're granted 10 million points and normal play resumes. The character who wasn't. A contraction of error macros, the error max counter in the game's operator menu helped Midway track bugs. However, its proximity to the line that tracked Reptile encounters led secret obsessed players to believe Ermac was another hidden character. While he would later become a real character, he was nothing but a rumor in the first Mortal Kombat. That's crazy. This is not Ermac. Ermac, is that you? No, because Ermac didn't exist. However, this red-colored ninja was created during the Mortal Kombat development as a palette swap experiment. Interesting. The definitive version of Mortal Kombat and its original Y-Unit hardware, the same system that powered Smash TV and High Impact Football, started arriving in arcades in September 1992, about 6 or 7 weeks after the first public version. Yeah. Great times. Mortal Kombat was an arcade smash, but when it entered living rooms, it would gain even more notoriety, whatever the fuck the name is, and no small amount of controversy. Fans couldn't get enough of Midway's taboo breaking new game, and the arrival of home versions meant that the rest of the games industry now had to grapple with Mortal Kombat's success. Have you seen this game? With its mysterious moves and buckets of blood, Mortal Kombat quickly became the game everyone had to play to believe.
So when Street Fighter 2 came out, I wasn't really too impressed by it. I think I finished it once, picked Zangief because I was a wrestling fan, and then kind of moved on. I eventually kind of fell in with a crowd that really...
If you think this collection boring, stop playing Mortal Kombat games. Like bro.
Hey, have you heard of this other game, Mortal Kombat? Like, no. What is Mortal Kombat? He said, well,
people trolling in chat lol.
Like Street Fighter, but you could fucking kill people. Okay, well, we need to go see this game right now.
I absolutely remember the first time I played Mortal Kombat. It was at
I've played MK1-2-3-4 and Trilogy.
My brother and me $5 each.
Yep, same here.
While he went
No, none asked.
I was at an arcade in Virginia.
The Q Lounge in the Bronx, New York. It was a space that was half smoky pool hall, half arcade.
He took us to
back in the day.
Up to Santa Rosa. There was a place called Systems City. And it was like part skate shop, but in the back room, all the lights were off, and they had like 5 arcade machines back there.
I see this huge crowd gathered.
That's cool at Mentos 2077. I had 1,23 for Sega Mega Drive.
It was just sitting there.
Trilogy and MK4 for PS1.
Around the cabinet.
Everyone is crowded around Mortal Kombat. It is simultaneously
Genesis was called Mega Drive NEU.
The filmed presentation, the real actors and actresses,
Yep.
and all.
But it was the same console.
That is
In
true.
Mortal Kombat, when you were seeing those two big characters on the screen, I was just like, this is the coolest thing ever.
Instantly, it was like, oh, it's digitized. It's real people. It was like, wow, this is incredible. It's like, how are they doing this? How did this game come to be?
I was blown away by how it looked.
Because it was a violent, bloody game.
Like, that's the first time I'd seen blood in a video game that I remembered.
Even from a basic high punch, you just see blood flying out of these people's heads.
Even if I couldn't do the specials of certain characters, I could fall into a rhythm that just felt so good. Just like, you know, air kick, uppercut. And I was like, oh, I feel like the baddest motherfucker in the world.
In a time where you didn't see that kind of stuff in games, and especially in arcades where kids were, you know, running around with their parents, and parents were still freaking out too, kind of seeing what was happening.
My dad came up behind me. I didn't know this at the time, but the screen went dark. Kano ripped out a heart, and held it up, blood dripping from it, and my dad went, "Oh, no, 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 no," and whisked me out of the arcade, and that's when I knew I had to play that game because I was not allowed to play that game.
People getting chopped in half and torsos being dismembered.
UK wins. Flawless victory fatality.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that in a video game. I didn't know that was allowed in a video game.
And we're, 16, 17 at the time, so this is the most exciting thing in the world.
The endings and how every character had, even though Street Fighter, they had an ending, but Mortal Kombat was like the first thing that really affected me that was like, I really want to play all these characters to see what happens. And this is before YouTube, so it wasn't like you could just go on YouTube and watch it. You had to, earn it, right?
What's Kano's backstory? What about Sonya? That's what we wanted to know about. And, they specified a lot of it kind of in, various screens and whatnot. We were hooked.
But it didn't take long from there for that game to be literally everywhere. Every single pizza place, 7-Eleven, arcades, the arcades that were left at that point, all of them had a Mortal Kombat machine probably within a month.
Damn, within a month? Gaming before the internet. Oh, the internet existed in 1992. Much of it was text only, and most people didn't yet have access to it. Most Mortal Kombat players operated on the local level. Handwritten move lists that were often brought to arcades where knowledge of finishing moves became social currency. You guys remember doing this back in the day? Because I remember doing this too. Like, I used to remember writing moves down, fatalities down. I used to remember writing cheat codes down. Like, all that. And a bag of chips. Mortal Kombat, the comic book. Between coin drops, the attract mode of Mortal Kombat advertised a comic book drawn by John Tobias, which was only available via mail order. Thousands were sold, making the first item and would become a long list of Mortal Kombat merchandise. Holy shit, I got to read this shit too. Fucking A. Alright, let's do this. This is nuts.
Yes, I had codes in video game magazines. The Canon comic.
The Shaolin Tournament
I
for martial arts
collect
was
video
for
game
ages
magazines.
a competition of honor and glory. Warriors from around the world were invited to take part. Shang Tsung was one of those warriors upon entering the tournament. He immediately won the title of Grand Champion, but unknown to the Shaolin, who was host of the contest, each of Shang Tsung's victories added to a hidden dark and destructive power. Shang Tsung was cursed by his gods, and to appease them, must not only take the life of an opponent, he must also take the soul. Through this unholy ceremony is Shang Tsung able to keep his youth. Until the arrival of Kung Lao, a noble and mighty Shaolin monk, his strength and speed proved too much for the overconfident Shang Tsung. Lao wins the fight and the Grand Champion title that Shang Tsung held so desperately. Years later, after the mysterious death of one of the three tournament grandmasters, Shang Tsung would return, prematurely aged and weakened from the effects of failing to appease his gods. Shang Tsung invites an outworlder and former pupil to compete. Jeez Louise. His name is Goro, and his speed was incredible, his strength unmatched, and although Kung Lao battled long and hard, Goro would prove to be the best of the two. For this ancient tournament, the victory marks an end of an era and the start of a treacherous new beginning. One that will alienate the Shaolin from their own tournament and guarantee Shang Tsung the immortality he so greatly desires. 2 weeks later, Hong Kong. Johnny Cage, martial arts movie star and soon-to-be competitor in Shang Tsung's tournament, is ready to board one of Shang Tsung's sail barges. For the past few weeks, the competition is all he could think about. It has also been on the minds of his agent and personal secretary. Would you relax, Chuck? Look, Johnny, all I'm saying is maybe you should reconsider this tournament thing. Look at that boat. You can't get on that hunk of junk. You're a commodity. You're looking at 20 mil this year. You want to risk that? Johnny, you gotta be back by the 15th. You're scheduled to start shooting Iron Claw on the 17th, and you haven't even read the script. Come on, Johnny. These people could be crazy, and this tournament isn't sanctioned by any martial arts organization, and I can't find one person who ever even heard of the freaking thing. Just reconsider. Nope. I'll be back in 2 weeks, I promise. These are quality people, Chuck. Trust me. Yeah, just don't get hit in the face. Hey, who would hit Johnny Cage? Everybody loves me. And just a few miles away. Alright, Kano, the bay is up ahead. Good, because these chumps are getting to me. You better watch your back at that tournament. I hear stories about this Wang Feng dude. That's Shang Tsung, and I'm gonna rip his heart out and eat it for breakfast. Yeah, slice and dice, Kano. Slice and dice. That kind of look like Jax right there. And after I win this tournament, I want the entire Black Dragon gang there. I mean, all of them from Shanghai to Chicago. Wow, that's crazy work. I hear there's a palace on that island walls made of gold. We'll be looting for months. Later, hoodlums, I got a date with the bulletproof Winnebago. Good luck, Kano. You're gonna need it. Howdy, chumps. What the? Hey, he's on the roof. Heads up, Sonya. We got a live one at 12. Too bad this thing is bulletproof. Yeah, I'll have that sucker tap dancing. Only one person will have the nerve to pull this off. Kano. That was Kano. We can't let him get away. Sparky and the rest of you stay after that Jeep. Jake, follow me. We're gonna catch that one-eyed, tin-headed creep.
Wait,
stay
so
alert,
is
Jake.
Kano meant to be Australian from day one? I thought it was cause of the movie.
I'm not too sure. Stay alert, Jake. Eat plasma, bolt suckers. Sonya, look out. He's not shooting at me. He's shooting at the barrels. Blam. Kano uses the explosion to distract Sonya and makes an incredible leap to safety aboard Shang Tsung's sail barge. I can't believe he got away. I wonder where it's heading. No, we might hit a passenger. Our radio head for a speederboat. We'll let that floating junk pile sail further out before we intercept. Not very far if we open fire. Dude, was that real? No, it's an illusion. Hey, you're Johnny Cage. Can I have your autograph? As night falls, the sail barge sails out towards the East China Sea, and Kano joins a group of near 50 other warriors, all heading to Shang Tsung's tournament. All heading to impending doom. Deep in the mountain vastness of rural Japan, Shang Tsung traverses through strange lands to deliver a personal invitation. Raiden, God of Thunder, hear these words. I have traveled through your lands, spoken your language and your religions to deliver this message. I ask of you once more. Accept this invitation and compete in my great and noble tournament. Or do you fear the dangers of Mortal Kombat? See, there's a freaking C and not a fucking K. That's fucking crazy work. I fear no mortal, and your tournament is no more great and noble than the decrepit body of your spirit possesses. I have long watched your practices, Shang Tsung. You are nothing but a peasant sorcerer. I accept your invitation and give you this warning. All who oppose Raiden will be crushed. Your acceptance is welcome, Great Raiden. Oh, and please remember that this tournament takes place in my domain, under my rule. And on the East China Sea, Shang Tsung's sail barge continues its trek towards the tournament's secret location. Come on, Cage, say it. I'll be back. That wasn't my movie. Get out, Cage. You got no stuntmen to take hits from you here. I do my own stunts. I say the movie star is unfairly outnumbered. Who the heck are you? My friends call me Liu Kang. You're not a friend. Thanks. That's all I needed. A moment of distraction is all the star needs to deliver his patented shadow kick. And before any of Kano's newfound friends can join the fight, whoa! Liu Kang ends it. The next time we do any fighting will be at the tournament, and it may also be against each other. Watch your back, Mr. Hollywood, because you just made me your worst enemy. Proceed with caution, Johnny Cage. Kano has lots of friends here. He will make the tournament difficult for you. I think I can take care of myself. As Liu Kang and Johnny Cage get better acquainted, they fail to notice the shadow-clad... Oh, shit. The shadow-clad fighter... Yeah, whatever. Watching from above. Son of a bitch. He is a member of the Lin Kuei, a rare clan of Chinese super assassins. Unfortunately for him, his attention is focused on the altercation below, and not on the ghastly specter he's about to encounter. Lin Kuei, look into my eyes. No, it can't be. Yes. You've murdered me exactly 2 years ago to this day, but my demons had allowed me to return to avenge my death. I could kill you at this moment, but I am not a murderer. We will meet at the tournament, and then, Lin Kuei, you will pay for your crimes. You're a fool for sparing my life. That has yet to be seen. At sunrise, the Gale Bridge, which left Hong Kong late the night before, is joined by a dozen other ships, all arriving at Shang Tsung's island fortress. After a day of practice and training, they are greeted by the island's emperor and the tournament's 500-year grand champion. Welcome, warriors, to the greatest of all martial arts tournaments. You have traveled great distances to be here. I hope it proves well worth it. Now, let me introduce the newest entry into our contest. Lieutenant Sonya Blade. We found her following one of my ships to this sacred island. Like all of you, her life depends on her performance in this tournament. But so do the lives of her companions. I could knock them all at once. The tournament has taken a turn for the worst. It was to be expected of Shang Tsung. Let the tournament begin. Yep, Liu Kang was 24. He was 5'10", 185, black hair, brown eyes. Li Kang and Lin Kang is his father and mother, and Chao Kang is his brother. Which that's crazy that, you know, they have not threw him in a game, which that's fucking nuts. Johnny Cage, real name John Carlton, 29, 6'1", 200 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, citizen of the United States. Robert Carlton and Rose Carlton, his father and mother. Rebecca Carlton is his sister, which I never thought he had a sister. My fault. I literally forgot about that. And Cindy Ford is his divorced wife. Kano, 35, 6 foot, 205 pounds, black hair, one brown, one infrared. Deported from Japan, wanted criminals in 35 countries. See, and his birthplace was unknown, so I guess the movie did help them out that he was Australian. But it's kind of crazy.
None of the games after MK1 acknowledge Liu Kang having a brother.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway,
They
Sonya
wanted him to be adopted.
I believe it. Sonya was 26, 5'10", 140, brown hair, blue eyes. Major Herman Blade was her father, and Erica Blade is her mother. And she has a twin brother who is dead named Daniel Blade. And she's from Austin, Texas, which is crazy. Raiden. He's 7 feet, which I don't believe. 350 pounds. I still don't believe. And the rest is said there. Real name unknown, aka Bihan. Like, say Bihan already. But he's 32, 6'2", weighs 210 pounds. He's black hair, brown eyes. How the fuck do they know that? He has no known relatives, and that's just crazy work.
No, in this game his name is unknown.
Scorpion, unknown, 32, 6'2", 210 pounds, which that's kind of crazy due to the fact that that's exactly what the fuck Sub-Zero is. Hair is black, how? The eyes varies, which I don't know how, when clearly it could either go white or it could go fucking his normal fucking human eyes, whichever one works. In former life, unknown. He had a wife and child in former life, which honestly, Harumi and Satoshi. Okay, we got that. Yeah, they don't know about his life, pretty much. Goro, 2000. 8 feet 2 inches. Yeah, okay. 550 pounds. I could kind of believe that. Black hair. Okay. Red eyes. Known relatives. King Gorbak. Where is he? Father, I mean, get my bad. Queen Mai, where the hell is she? He also has 7 wives. That's fucking nuts.
Goro is older than Thor from Marvel when you think about it, lol.
Yeah, I've thought about it. And look, see, there's the... See, Daniel Pensina was Scorpion in Sub-Zero, but Carlos Pensina was Raiden.
Goro has wives and yet they don't appear in the game, lol.
No, it's not Goro. It's his father that has fucking 7 wives, bro. Oh no, wait. Yeah, you're right. It is Goro. My fault. Yeah, you're right. Who's gonna mail these things? John Tobias and Roger Sharp recall the recreation of the Mortal Kombat promotional comic and how a surprise success lead to impromptu pizza parties.
The idea to produce a comic book for the first MK game, that started with me. Coming from comic books, I had a great desire to sort of tell this story that we weren't able to tell in the game. And so I thought, what better place to do it in a comic book? I talked to Ed about it, and so Ed thought it was a great idea, and I think the both of us went to Roger Sharp to try to see if there was any money that we could get from marketing to help us produce this comic book.
I tried to always do stuff that I thought would be special. And John, pulled together, there's a comic book.
I wasn't getting paid anything extra to draw this comic. So I wrote the story and, did the illustrations. Roger was able to scrape up, I think, a few $1,000s for the printing. And we were able to produce a few thousand copies of this comic, and we weren't sure how many we were going to sell. There was an advertisement in the game, and players would see the advertisement in the track mode, and they would mail in a check for $3. Sometimes they would mail cash. Ed and I would get bags of envelopes, sent to a P.O. box, and they would ship us these boxes of comics. Okay, well, who's gonna pack and mail these things? And so there was nobody to do that, so Ed and I ended up sitting in his office with boxes of comics. We were the ones opening each envelope, collecting the money, writing the addresses on the envelopes, packing the comics, and mailing them all out. I remember we did that one weekend, it was just Ed and I. And then we decided we invited other people around the office, like, hey, come and help us pack the comics, and we'll buy a pizza. Every once in a while I would sign one. We would write these weird encryptions on the envelopes. Sometimes I would draw a picture on the envelope, little messages to the players. I don't know if anybody ever saved any of that stuff. But eventually, I think we were in over our heads because the stuff just kept coming.
And sales took off. We had to go back in and reprint the comic book.
And then eventually Roger, I think, handled, I don't know who he paid to do the packing and the mailing and stuff.
We were packaging and boxing up, thank you, Jeanette and Alice, to get everything out to people.
But the first, I think, few thousand comic books were hand-packed and hand-addressed by, Ed and myself and a couple of the other folks around the office.
And that was the start of the merchandising program for Mortal Kombat.
From game to comic, some of Tobias' sketches, pencils, and color studies for the promotional comic book. An uncut sheet of the finished printed pages now hangs in a frame in the hallway at NetherRealm Studios. it's beautiful. The 16-bit wars. While Nintendo had dominated the 8-bit era with NES, rival Sega had taken away significant market share from Nintendo during the 16-bit days, in part because it was more permissive in regards to the content of games that appeared on the platform. This would have a significant effect on the home versions of Mortal Kombat. Mortal Monday. Oh, fuck me. New York-based Acclaim Entertainment confirmed its home versions of Mortal Kombat in June 1993 at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show, promising a September 13th release on both 16-bit consoles as well as both major handheld systems, Nintendo's Game Boy and Sega's Game Gear. Acclaim branded the release event Mortal Monday. Great, now I gotta read this shit. Oh, God, man, this is crazy. In June 1993, Acclaim's highly anticipated Mortal Kombat attacks the video game market this September with a simultaneous worldwide Mortal Monday release.
Mortal Mondays?
I don't. I just hate reading right now. So like I said, yeah, the video game market this September with the simultaneous worldwide Mortal Monday release of the title for the Super NES, Game Boy, Genesis, and Game Gear. Acclaim's Mortal Kombat is a translation of the popular Midway martial arts game that soared to the top of the play meter and replay coin op charts soon as its arcade debut. Since January, we have received thousands of calls each month from people with questions and comments about Mortal Kombat, says Sam Goldberg, Vice President of Marketing. This kind of enthusiasm is unprecedented. We believe it will be the hottest entry in the video game market this year. A multi-million-dollar marketing campaign counts down to Mortal Monday. Acclaim is launching Mortal Kombat on Mortal Monday, currently slated for September 13th. An extensive multi-tiered advertising and public relations campaign is in place to support the kickoff. Mortal Monday television advertising and promo IDs will appear on nationally syndicated shows, national cable programming, and in top spot markets, while Mortal Monday radio promotions will run in late August through September to heighten enthusiasm for the game's release. In addition to national movie theater promotions, through July, a teaser campaign in major teen and video game publications will also build on consumer excitement leading up to Mortal Monday. An Acclaim sports-sponsored national sweepstakes currently underway offers consumers the opportunity to win an arcade game, while Acclaim's Combat Confidential series, which provides never before released information on the development of Acclaim's Mortal Kombat titles, is being disseminated to media throughout the country. In addition, a free Mortal Kombat Underground newsletter, The Pit, will provide information on the game's development and address consumer demand for inside information. A major POP program for retailers will provide specially designed Mortal Kombat and Mortal Monday banners, posters, counter cards, and in-store videos to build awareness of the September release date. Mortal Kombat, the way gamers want it. Choosing one of the 7 warriors that are familiar to gamers from the arcade, including Liu Kang, Johnny Cage, Kano, Sonya, Raiden, Sub-Zero, and Scorpion. Players fight to the finish in martial arts showdowns. Each warrior also has an arsenal of unique and deadly moves, such as Liu Kang's helicopter spin kick and Sonya Blade's kiss of death, leading them through multiple battles in the martial arts inspired settings. The characters in Mortal Kombat are digitized from the actual martial arts footage and offer images that are among the most realistic in video gaming to date. The title also features 9 of the largest interactive characters, each 92 pixels tall, each featured in a video game. Combined with the game's intense, hard-hitting 16 meg graphics, Acclaim believes Mortal Kombat will be among the most popular video games to enter the market this year. Mortal Kombat will be available in September for Super Nintendo, Game Boy, Genesis, Game Gear, and the Sega Master System in Europe only. The company expects to release the title for Sega CD early next year. Based in Oyster Bay, New York, with offices in Canada, France, Germany, Japan, and the United Kingdom, Acclaim Entertainment Inc. is a leading worldwide publisher of interactive entertainment products under the Acclaim, LJN, which I remember that, Flying Edge, and Arena labels. These include Super Nintendo, Nintendo Entertainment System, Game Boy, Sega Genesis, Sega CD, and Game Gear software and video game peripherals. The company is publicly traded under the NASDAQ symbol AKLM. For more information of Acclaim's complete line of interactive entertainment software, please stop by the Acclaim booth number 6930 CES. Nice. Oh my god, bro. Why do I gotta read some more? With the fall release of what promises to be one of the best-selling video games this year drawing near, Acclaim Entertainment Inc. is unveiling a national Mortal Kombat Countdown sweepstakes. The sweepstakes provides consumers with the opportunity to win the record-setting Mortal Kombat arcade game. The sweepstakes will run through September, in which time Acclaim's Mortal Kombat for the Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear will appear at retail. Our phone lines have been overwhelmed with calls from consumers who are anxious to know when Mortal Kombat will be on for sale. And we understand the same is true for Nintendo and Sega consumer hotlines. Yeah, we know who says it. Said Sam Goldberg, okay? The sweepstakes and our Combat Confidential are designed to address the questions and comments of their very interested consumers and retail anticipation during the countdown to the game's September release. Combat Confidential reveals game's development. In addition to providing details on the arcade game giveaway, the Combat Confidential, a one-sheet monthly mailing, would give readers of video game, consumer electronics, and entertainment publications highlights of the origins and features of the game, as well as character profiles. Answers to the most asked questions regarding Acclaim's Sega and Nintendo versions of Mortal Kombat will be published in each edition. Each edition of Combat Confidential will contain a contest question for a total of 5 that will allow readers to enter a sweepstakes and to win an original arcade version of Midway's Mortal Kombat. To be eligible to win, readers must submit their entries with answers to all 5 questions by September 30th, 1993, which I was already born at that time, people. Yeah, you already know. A winner will be selected at random from entries with all 5 correct answers or on or about October 8th. There is no purchase necessary to participate. Wow. It's amazing. They had a sweepstakes too. The Pit. Acclaim produced a free newsletter called The Pit, which gave eager Mortal Kombat fans character bios, some photos from that year's CES, and at the end of the opening statement on the front page, a mysterious code, ABACABB, with no further context. Which, that's the birth of Sega's version of a cheat code that if you input those, you can get blood in the game. That's basically what it was. Oh, jeez, here we go again. I gotta make this quick, my little combatants. Before the programmers get wind of my intentions, what follows is the complete expose of Mortal Kombat, the wicked arcade game that will stand the video game world on its head. Right now, Acclaim is working on bringing this gut-busting, chiropractic, spine-twisting game to Super Nintendo, Game Boy, Sega CD, Genesis, and Game Gear systems. And I got the inside track on what's going on. Want to know what moves are going to be in it? Read on. Want to know if it's true to the arcade? Read on. You want to know who died and made me the boy genius of what Acclaim's doing when no one else can get the straight poop on MK? Read this. I work here. I hang out with the people who are producing the game. I eat lunch with them. We play softball together. Are you getting all this? They tell me things. I tell you. It's that simple, and it shouldn't be too tough for you to figure out that I could lose my job over this. Wow, ain't that something, huh? So this is the guy that used to leak information before, you know, leakers like Interloco and you know others would do such thing like that. So this was the leak before the leak. You know what I mean? That's pretty crazy work. Anyway, that's why I'm stressing. Now that you know I'm eminently qualified for the task, read on and find out just what's happening with the #1 arcade slice 'em and dice 'em sensation. Just do me one favor, don't tell anybody you heard from me, okay? Call me eccentric, but I happen to like to be able to eat on a regular basis, and my job lets me do that. Sit down, pay attention, and read on. Here comes Mortal Kombat. Combat codename ABACABB. Name: Mortal Kombat. System: Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Boy, Game Gear, and Sega CD. Will work with any controller out there, including Sega's 6-button controller and Acclaim's new dual turbo wireless remote system. You're the first to hear about these hot new controllers. Characters: the 16-bit games feature all of them. Moves: all of them and more. When? Mortal Monday, September 13th. But don't delay, go order yours today and pick up a way cool Mortal Kombat kit just for being the bird of early man. It has a poster, special Mortal Kombat tips, Robon tattoos, and more. Why? If you have to ask, then don't even bother. See, and they spell Raiden with a Y right here. Top 10 Mortal Kombat questions. Will there be 2 different versions of the game? Mortal Kombat for the Super Nintendo will be known as the Competitive Edition, while the Genesis version will be the Tournament Edition with Mode A. Only the most rad gamers will be able to access Mode A. Will the home versions have variable difficulty levels? Yes, the difficulty setting will be the same as the arcade game. You may not know it, but the arcade owner has access to a 5-point difficulty setting. The Super Nintendo game will also have a handicap setting to allow 2 players on a different scale to compete on your equal basis. If that doesn't activate your glands, the game will also have a hand-to-hand mode where all the special moves will be disabled. Which, that's pretty crazy. Will the graphics be intense? This is combat of the most mortal kind, dudes. And as such, the most exalted and awaited answers is yes. The Genesis, Sega CD, and Super Nintendo versions of Mortal Kombat will all have incredibly detailed graphics. Is a special controller being planned? Mortal Kombat for Sega Genesis and Sega CD will be compatible with the new 6-button controller and the standard control pad. The Super Nintendo game will take advantage of all 6 buttons and be compatible with any arcade stick currently available. Will you be able to control Goro and Shang Tsung? No word yet, but I've tapped the producer's phone, so if anything breaks, I'll know. When it will be available on CD systems? We'll be seeing the next level of Mortal Kombat about January of next year. Will it have the secret character Reptile? If you can figure out how to get to him, you'll be slamming and jamming with Reptile. Will it have the pit scene? It would be the pits without it. Yes, you'll be able to uppercut some poor slob into the pit. Will the home version have the finishing moves like the arcade? In Acclaim's effort to make the home game as exciting and action-packed as the arcade game, you will be able to finish him or her with Scorpion's flamethrower, Sonya's kiss of death, or Liu Kang's helicopter kick, and more. And the #1 Mortal Kombat question is, drumroll please, when will Mortal Kombat be available? Prepare yourself for Mortal Monday on September 13th. That's the day Mortal Kombat hits the shelves on your favorite store. Anywhere in the world, in more than 50,000 stores, Mortal Kombat will be busting down the door. Are you prepared for Mortal 1 Monday? It's a wrap. I have now stood before your microphones and bright lights to answer all your palm sweating inducing questions. And now have one of my own. What in the world are you waiting for? Go reserve your copy of Mortal Kombat. Mortal Mondays coming September 13th. Oh, great. Building the Perfect Beast, an interview with the creators of Mortal Kombat. I'm not the most talented guy in the world, but by impersonating the voice of Acclaim's vice president and product development, I was able to talk to John Tobias and Ed Boon at Williams Bali Midway, the 2 guys responsible for making Mortal Kombat the #1 arcade in the nation. Here are some excerpts. What's your background? I study computer science. Well, this is Ed Boon. I studied computer science at the University
It's
of Illinois.
5:23 no. Been up all night.
I believe it, and it's only freaking 2:23 for me. I studied computer science at the University of Illinois and joined the pinball division of Williams right out of college and worked on games such as Taxi and F-14 Tomcat. John Tobias said, I went to the American Academy of Arts in Chicago. During college, I did freelance comic book illustrations, working on Ghostbusters and Planet of the Apes. After I graduated, I was hired by Williams. What other video games did you work on? Ed Boon said, after switching over into video games, I worked on High Impact, Super High Impact, and of course, Mortal Kombat. Tobias says, before Mortal Kombat, I worked on Smash TV and Total Carnage. Did you guys own any home video game systems? Ed Boon says, I own both Super Nintendo and the Genesis. I'm currently into Super Smash TV and Super High Impact. Tobias says, I have both systems too. Where did the idea of Mortal Kombat come from? We wanted a good player versus player game, and the idea sort of evolved from looking at and playing everything from Karate Champ to Street Fighter. We have originally wanted to do a Jean-Claude Van Damme game. The idea turned into Mortal Kombat instead. Why is the game so realistic? Ed Boon said digitized graphics add a tremendous amount of realism. They put the player into the world he's looking at. The perception is that digitized graphics is a new technology, but in fact it has been in development since 1985, and Narc in 1988 was the first arcade game to use it. How was Goro created? John Tobias says, we wanted a really mean looking guy who seemed unbeatable, so I drew up some sketches and we created a 12-inch stop motion miniature using wire armature and a latex mode. By using stop motion digitization and a blue screen, we filmed Goro frame by frame. Who did the Mortal Kombat comic book? John did. He designed the comic and wrote the storyline. The comic has been a tremendous success. It has started out with me and Ed filling orders after work, but it got too big. Will there be a Mortal Kombat 2? The guys weren't saying, but based on its popularity and instant success, it seems logical that a Mortal Kombat 2 will appear somewhere on the horizon. Man. Hold on to your finishing moves and check out these never-before-seen photos of the actual Mortal Kombat martial arts experts used in making of the hottest game of the year. Mortal Kombat, Raiden, Sonya, Kano, and crew appeared at our display booths this June at the Consumer Electronics Show, showing off their fighting skills and meeting their legion of loyal fans. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Combat Warriors do exist, and I got the sneak peek pics. Gaze on. Nice pictures. Prepare yourself. Everyone and their brother wants Mortal Kombat because it is the baddest game ever. Acclaim is launching this game into the stratosphere with cool commercials, giant 6-foot Goro standees, and stores that you'll want to rip off. They're so cool, and more. Heck, go into a movie theater in August and September and you'll see our Mortal Kombat ad on the screen. That's right, boys. On the silver screen. This game is so hot we should have used flame-resistant packaging. Which brings me to my point. Mortal Kombat is going to fly off the shelves. That's no joke. You wait, you lose. Because Mortal Monday, September 13th is going to be your biggest day in video game history. To beat the rush and your neighbor, do yourself a favor and reserve a copy of Mortal Kombat. And get this, when you when you reserve early, some stores will give you a collector's edition combat kit with special Mortal Kombat items you can't get anywhere but in the kit. Don't be kicked to the curb. Reserve your copy of Mortal Kombat and preserve your reputation. Crazy. Oh my jeez, bro. Oh, thank God it's just one page. It has been in production for 6 months. The information secretly gathered from tapped phone lines and open transoms. The evidence have been corroborated and the news is out. Acclaim Entertainment Incorporation's The Pit, the Mortal Kombat Underground newsletter, is rolling off the presses and is now available to Mortal Kombat fans worldwide. We've begun receiving calls from consumers worldwide on the Mortal Kombat, unprecedented 6 months prior to shipping. The demand for information has been overwhelming. To address this need and as part of our preemptive Mortal Kombat launch, we're offering the Mortal Kombat newsletter free, uniquely designed and specifically written to appeal our target audience. Generating all the excitement is Acclaim's scheduled simultaneous worldwide September release of Mortal Kombat for the Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Boy, and Game Gear on Mortal Monday. Acclaim's The Pit provides consumers with early game development updates, character profiles, and answers to the most asked questions gathered from Acclaim's consumer hotline. In addition to the newsletter, offers readers the opportunity to purchase Mortal Kombat merchandise. Consumer can request a free copy of Acclaim's The Pit by sending their name, address, age, and hardware system owned to, New York. That was it. The Mortal Monday television ad, created by ad agency RDA International, featured dozens of Mortal Kombat fans charging through New York City streets in a frenzy. The commercial's only dialogue, people shouting the game's name at the top of their lungs like a battle cry, became iconic. Yep. I remember this trailer. That's the original yell right there. That's the original yell, bro. In the magazines, Acclaim launched a large print ad campaign in magazines and comic books in the months leading up to Mortal Kombat's home release. Some of those ads didn't have to say much at all to get the message across. Prepare yourself. The cheering crowd in the background of this otherwise minimal advertisement calls back to the stampeding fans seen in Acclaim's televised commercial. Shit. Mortal Monday. The home versions of Mortal Kombat were imminent, and as fans prepare for Mortal Monday release dates, anticipation became Acclaim's greatest asset.
The first time I saw a crowd gathered around a Mortal Kombat cabinet when I was 10 told me that, okay, this game is a big deal at my arcade. I had no idea if that translated outside my arcade. Then Mortal Monday happened. Not just the day itself, but the build-up to it.
Seeing the zeitgeist around it was huge. Conversations around Mortal Monday were happening, the first kind of big marketing push.
Acclaim was clearly, they knew what they had in their hands, and so they were doing a much bigger effort in promoting it. I remember them telling us that they were going to spend $10 million to advertise this game. And I remember saying, are you sure you want to put that kind of money behind this? And in retrospect, of course, that was a right decision. But I remember being really paranoid thinking, that they were putting a lot on this game.
The preparation for the release of Mortal Kombat was just massive. I was working at Babbage's Software. Pre-sales had started early, so we knew we were going to be just selling out. It was all I could talk about.
I remember going to see a movie, I can't remember which film it was, and they were advertising Mortal Mondays, which was one of the greatest marketing blitzes in video game history. And it was just, all these random kids yelling in the middle of a city street, Mortal Kombat, right?
Mortal Kombat!
That commercial with people running down the street screaming Mortal Kombat, and they were teens and I was a little kid, and teens are the coolest thing you could be when you're a little kid.
You don't have to show screenshots or anything else necessarily. Everybody knew. All you have to do is just have somebody out in the middle of the street just putting up his arms saying Mortal Kombat. It's almost like, hi, it's here. It sells itself.
We were all like, yo, did you see that Mortal Kombat commercial? what is Mortal Kombat? And there was always like one kid who knew a little more. It's a video game, but you kill people. And all of us at Maplewood Elementary School were like, whoa!
We had 2 front monitors that were just showcasing Mortal Kombat videos. And
in the comics, on the back of the comics, there were Mortal Monday ads. There were Mortal Kombat ads in magazines. There were Mortal Kombat ads in subways.
You know, just seeing the standees and the posters and things at Times Square and
the signage that was coming in, every piece of memorabilia that was coming in, and T-shirts, and it was just over the top compared to other games.
I remember just being nervous about it, thinking, I hope this game lives up to it. Even though it was a huge arcade game, you know, you just never know at home.
It was insane. There's a giant line.
The opening the Super Nintendo version right there.
Exciting.
That's when I realized, like, this is actually a bigger deal than maybe any video game that's come before it. Mortal Kombat became a pillar of popular culture within 12 months. It was, I think, the fastest a video game had ever exploded to date.
Nothing could prepare you for it. It was, it was just insane.
Mortal Kombat. The Genesis. Genesis version of Mortal Kombat supported Sega's recently released 6-button controller. Sega, which has its own internal rating system, gave the game an MA13 rating, likely because the most violent content was hidden behind a secret code. The Blood Code. While the Genesis version initially seemed to lack the blood and fatality moves from the arcade original, this was a ruse. If a player entered the code ABACABB, inspired by a 1982 rock album from the group Genesis, on this screen, the original violent scenes would be enabled. The Dullard Code. The Genesis version includes a full cheat menu accessed by entering down, up, left, A, right, down at the game's main menu. This was originally intended to be the only method of enabling blood, but Acclaim felt the spelling out the word dullard would be too tricky, and asked programmer Paul Carruthers to add a sequence using only face buttons, which led to the ABACABB code. Interesting. Flags. The Dullard menu lets players turn on 8 flags, which change the game's behavior. Flag 0 killed the computer opponent in 1 hit. Flag 1 killed the player in 1 hit. Flag 2 forced objects to fly across the moon for finding reptile. Flag 3 made Probe Software co-founder Fergus McGovern's head appear in the pit. Interesting. And more flags. Flag 4 forced reptile clues to appear. Flag 5 gave the player infinite credits. Flag 6 forced the computer to always use fatalities. And Flag 7 made all fights take place on the Palace Gate stage. Mortal Kombat Go CD. In May 1994, Sega players got the upgraded version of Mortal Kombat if they owned a CD-ROM drive. The Sega CD edition of Mortal Kombat used its storage capacity to restore many frames of animation and speech samples in Dan Forden's arcade soundtrack. However, the sluggish load times, including whenever Shang Tsung transforms into another character, hurt the appeal of this version. Bigger, better, louder, meaner. Acclaim advertised the Sega CD version of Mortal Kombat as bigger, better, louder, meaner. Note that the first version of the ad has Sega's MA13 rating from the Video Game Rating Council, while the second one shows MA17. Mais Violento. The Brazilian ad for the Sega CD edition replaced bigger and better with more bloody and more violent. Nice. Now, this is what I remember the most. Nintendo's strict content guidelines meant the SNES version of Mortal Kombat was heavily censored with no blood code to restore the arcade content. Sweat flew from the fighters instead of blood, and fatalities, now called finishing moves, were altered to be the far less from gory. I remember this box so much. "16-bit development. Working for Probe Software, programmer Paul Caruthers converted Mortal Kombat to Sega Genesis, while Sculpted Software John Blackburn stepped in to get the Super Nintendo's version finished while the project hit some problems."
We were aware that Acclaim had a deal that they were going to do all the home games, because also they had done Super High Impact for the home. And Acclaim had their kind of production group, which was our main point of contact, but then they had the two software houses, you know, Probe and Sculpture. And so there was a lot of communication that had to kind of bounce back and forth.
Probe offered me Mortal Kombat on the Mega Drive, the Genesis version, and I said yes. I'm free. I'm available. Like, a job's a job, and I said, well, what is it? They were able to kind of actually bring me an arcade machine into my house. And kind of started playing it, and I thought, well, this looks easy enough.
When Mortal Kombat 1 was going to be made for the Super Nintendo, through Sculptured Software, we had a programmer that was from outside our place and brought him in and said, hey, you're the main guy. And that did not go as well as we would have wanted it to go.
Ed and I would get versions of the game, and so I would give feedback in terms of the pixel art as best I could. Of course, the home games at the time, they didn't have quite the capabilities that we did in the arcade.
I think the biggest problem that we had wasn't as much the power of the machine, but how big the memory of the Mega Drive was. In A, we had to shrink all the sprites really down as much as we possibly could, and there's a lot of frames of animation in there. You know, we started off by kind of basically taking out every other frame, and that wasn't enough. So then we had to take out like 3 out of 5 frames, and then kind of concentrate on the important animations, the ones that you see most. Williams have a like a method of writing. It's almost like a kind of multi-threading. It's like that there's a number of different programs all operating at the same time. So one of those programs operates one of the characters, one program operates one of the weapons, one of them operates the background, and all of those different little programs kind of speak to each other. That isn't a method of programming I had any experience of. It took me a while to work it out. And kind of Probe were getting very nervous because there wasn't anything on the screen. I was working and working. There wasn't anything on the screen. And then eventually I was able to basically kind of translate the original code almost line by line. It kind of worked, and the whole thing kind of came to life. What it meant as well, though, was that it was very accurate, very close to the original arcade version in terms of how it feels playing it. So everyone was then very happy with me, which was which was great.
Genesis played much better, and it had the, you know, the blood, the abacab, and all that.
Get over here!
The Super Nintendo version looked great, but it didn't play as good as the Genesis version.
The programmer that was the lead, but he made some missteps at the beginning of the project, and it was really hard to finish. These were conversions. These were not original games. You're trying to take the code and the assets and port it to that platform. They had this little multi-processing system in there. He said, I don't like the way that works. I want to do it my way. So he's going against the grain the whole time.
Johnny Cage wins. The quality of the game was something that that was important to us. I know Ed was a stickler in terms of what he was willing to, you know, approve.
Come here!
And, you know, we were down to the wire. We were, you know, saying that, you know, we're not going to improve it until you fix this, this, and that. And
I ended up having to help him, so it got done. It played not quite as well.
They needed to build millions of cartridges, and there's lead times involved with that. And so those two things kind of conflicted a couple times, and there was some tension there.
Downscaled Game Gear version omitted Kano from the playable character roster, but a secret code did allow players to see vibrant red blood on the 160 by 144 pixel color screen. The Little Blood Code. The Game Gear version of Mortal Kombat was granted the ability to display blood if players entered its special code, 212 down up, at its Code of Honor screen before play began. Many concessions were made to squeeze Mortal Kombat into a Game Boy cartridge. The moves needed to be reconfigured to work on a system with only 2 action buttons, including pressing both A and B together to block. Play as Goro. Only the Game Boy version offers Goro as a playable secret character. Complete the game with any character. When the end screen appears, hold up left select and A button until the title screen appears. Press start to play as Goro. But why though? In the arcade, Mortal Kombat's Turn to God, Raiden was spelled with an I. In the home translations, it became Raiden with a Y. The original spelling was associated with a vertically scrolling shooting game owned by other parties, so Acclaim changed the spelling to keep things legally safe. So that's the reason why. Awesome fighting action. Acclaim followed its Mortal Monday campaign with ads tooting accolades from the press, including GB's action's strong proclamation that the Game Boy version would whip Street Fighter 2 into the pit where it has been special. That's crazy work. Mortal Kombat in Brazil. While North American gamers got a Game Gear version, players in Brazil also had the option of a Sega Master System version, as this Portuguese advertisement notes. Mortal Kombat in Germany. Mortal Kombat was marketed worldwide with these German ads telling fans, prepare yourself, in German, and to be ready to fight your way through when the game arrived on home systems. Blow by Blow. This German ad, whose headline reads Blow by Blow, cites several positive reviews for the Mega Drive version, ending with, in short, it's the kick you need now. Choose your fighter. With the 16-bit console wars in full effect, most gamers owned either a Super Nintendo or a Sega Genesis, but not both. Some Mortal Kombat fans took sides, while others were simply happy to be able to play their favorite game at home in any form, no matter how many compromises were involved.
Mustard and myself grew up in a really small town. The closest thing you would have to an arcade machine is the local bowling alley may have had like a light gun game, but that's pretty much it. It was only the home versions that allowed us to experience the different franchises, and I feel like I unofficially speak for quite a lot of people our age, how important getting those home versions as good as they were was. So that the rest of us could still experience it in different parts of the world, that arcades weren't as common, especially those small towns.
Which side was I on in the home versions? There's only one side. Like, what do you know, it's just the Genesis version. There's only one version of the game. The Super Nintendo version is a travesty by comparison.
I actually thought that even though the Genesis was a little behind graphically than the Super Nintendo, I liked the grittier look of the Genesis version. It really felt kind of down and dirty the way Mortal Kombat should.
I mean, also the Genesis version had the blood code. And the real fatalities and the Dullard code and all the other cool stuff in it. I think that made up for like the music in the Genesis version being really hokey and some of that other stuff.
My friend had a Genesis. They got Mortal Kombat. His mom would come in every now and then just to look at the screen to make sure there was no blood flying.
Finish him.
And so what we would do is we would enter the blood code, we'd play a match or two, and then we'd hit reset, turn off the blood code, keep playing when she came in, and then she'd leave and we'd turn the blood code back on.
Nintendo screwed the pooch when they didn't allow the blood in the game, and they instead put sweat in it, which the Genesis version outsold the SNES version like 3-1 or something like that. Everybody wanted the violence, you know, they wanted the blood.
The Super Nintendo version feels like mud. Like the act of playing that game is so unlike playing the actual arcade game.
So I really wanted Mortal Kombat. Not just to fit in, but because I loved it. I wanted it so bad, but my family didn't have a ton of money. So I scraped together all the money I had, and I was able to finally afford Mortal Kombat for the Game Boy. And that game is a experience. When you play Mortal Kombat in the arcade, it's a little bit heavy and you feel the power of those hits. Mortal Kombat on the Game Boy moved like two frozen people were slowly trying to get close enough to hug. Like when you push the punch button, it would eventually move the fist forward a little bit at maybe 1 frame per minute. I cannot do a fatality in this game. I know for a fact they exist because the computer can do the fatalities on that pit level. Instead of having them fall off the stage onto spikes, at the end of each part of the level were just little drawn spikes in the background that you could knock them onto. And I think that that was their like makeshift solution for having a stage-based fatality. Even as a kid, I knew it was not the best version, but I loved it so much. I even put in a Game Genie code that let you play as Goro. Like, I did every secret possible. I was gonna squeeze every single dollar I put into that game. And I still own it, and I'll still play it occasionally because I'm kind of a masochist. But there's something special about it. There's something that's kind of like pure about a Mortal Kombat game that's so weird and watered down and slow that it almost circles back around to being kind of creepy and mysterious.
I mean, they may not have been like arcade perfect, but to us, we didn't know any better. We didn't have anything to comparison. All we cared about was just, you know, play the game, have fun with it, you know, and enjoy what we were doing, and that was about it.
It's honest to God true. Even though like the Game Boy and the Game Gear versions of Mortal Kombat didn't like, you know, meet up to its expectations, and especially now that I know that Sega Genesis beat the shit out of Super Nintendo when it came to this game, regardless of the fact, like, I still played it in Super Nintendo, I still enjoyed it. I learned about the Genesis version of it, like, not that long later, but, like, so much so that, like, I was, like, a kid turning into a teenager, trying to figure things out. And, yeah, that's what I found out about that. Oh shit. The song Techno Syndrome Mortal Kombat by the Immortals, a side project of Olivier Ardens and Praga Khan from Belgium's Lords of Acid, combines samples from the game and acclaims TV advertisement with irresistible high-energy dance beats. The 1993 single proved popular enough to spawn a full album the following year. Some Mortal Kombat merchandise took inspiration from the past. Tiger Electronics offered a tabletop battle between Raiden and Goro and an update of Rock'em Sock'em Robots, a hit from the 1960s, while the ad copy notes that Raiden's lightning sick moves may electrify you. The toy was in fact entirely safe. Oh, whoops. This shit was $40 back in the day. Crazy. Turbo Touch 360 and Mortal Kombat, the winning combination. So there's your, I think that was your 6-button button. Where every combatant seeking an edge in battle, a company called Triax promised its Turbo Touch 360 controller would make executing special moves faster and easier thanks to its unique directional touch sensor. Mr. Scorpion goes to Washington. As more parents express concern over the graphic nature of the games being played in their living rooms, American politicians mobilized to bring awareness to the issue and to hold the game industry accountable. In the middle of the holiday shopping season, the United States Senate held a hearing on violent video games. Lieberman and Cole. On December 9th, 1993, which my best friend's already 1 year old, U.S. Senators Joseph Lieberman and Herbert Cole held a joint hearing of the United States Senate Committees on Governmental Affairs and the Judiciary, during which educators and representatives from the video game industry discussed Mortal Kombat as well as Digital Pictures' full-motion video game Night Trap and Konami's target shooter Lethal Enforcers. Describing Mortal Kombat, blood spatters from the contestants' heads when the player wins. The so-called death sequence begins. The game narrator instructs the players to finish, and I quote, finish his opponent.
Blood splatters from the contestants' heads. When a player wins, the so-called death sequence begins. The game narrator instructs the player to finish, and I quote, finish his opponent.
Inaccurate evidence. 60 seconds of Mortal Kombat arcade gameplay was shown on a videotape but identified as Sega Genesis. Full arcade blood was visible and 2 fatalities were shown. By contrast, the Super Nintendo footage that all followed featured no fatalities and only lasted 10 seconds. That's crazy. Experts who offered testimony to the committees include Bill White from Sega and Howard Lincoln from Nintendo. The hearings ended with a vow from the game industry to create a rating system that would be implemented by the end of 1994. Which, there you have it, folks. That's how the shit was made. That's how the rating system was made. It was made because of games like Mortal Kombat, Night Trap, and Lethal Enforcers. Ain't that something, folks? Gotta love it. In February, Senator Lieberman introduces Bill S. 1823 called the Video Games Rating Act of 1994 to provide for the establishment.
I wanna go to bed, but I wanna stay and continue watching.
Take your time. To provide for the establishment of an interactive entertainment. It'd be like that, bro. To provide for the establishment of the Interactive Entertainment Rating Commission and for other purposes, the message was clear. If the industry could not or would not regulate itself as the other industries already have, the government was prepared to step in. Mr. Lieberman, Mr. Cole, and Mr. Dorgan introduced the following bill, which was read twice and referred to the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. To provide the establishment of the Interactive Entertainment Ratings Commission and for other purposes be enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Short title of this act may be cited as the Video Game Rating Act of 1994. The purpose of this act is to provide parents with information about the nature of video games which are used in homes or public areas, including arcades or family entertainment centers. The terms video games and video devices mean any interactive computer game, including all software, framework, and hardware necessary to operate a game placed in interstate commerce. And the term video game industry means manufacturers of video games and related products. There is established the Interactive Entertainment Rating Commission. Hereafter, in this act referred to as the Commission, shall be an independent establishment in the executive branch as defined under Section 104 of Title V United States Code. The Commission shall be composed of 5 members. No more than 3 members shall be affiliated with any one political party. The members shall be appointed by the President and with the advice of consent of the Senate. The President shall designate one member as the chairman of the Commission. All members should be appointed within 60 days after the date of the enactment of this act. Each member shall serve under the termination of the Commission. A vacancy of the Commission shall be filled with the same manner as the original appointment. The chairman shall be paid at a rate equal to the daily equivalent of the minimum annual rate of basic pay payable for level 4 of the executive schedule under Section 5314 of Title V United States Code for each day, including travel time during which the chairman is engaged in the performance of duties vested in the Commission. Except for the chairman, who shall be paid as provided under subparagraph A, each member of the Commission shall be paid at a rate equal to the daily equivalent of the minimum annual rate basic pay payable for level 5 of the executive schedule under Section 5315 of Title V United States Code for each day, including travel time during which the member is engaged in the performance duties vested in the Commission. The amendments made by this subsection are repealed effective on the date of termination of the Commission. Jesus Louise. The chairman of the Commission may, without regard to the civil service laws and regulations, appoint and terminate an executive director, and such other additional personnel may be necessary to enable the Commission to perform its duties. The employment of an executive director shall be subject to confirmation by the Commission. The chairman of the Commission may fix the compensation of the executive director and other personnel without regards to the provision of Chapter 51 and Subchapter 3 of Chapter 53 of Title V United States Code relating to classification of positions and general schedule pay rates, except that in the The rate of pay for the executive director and other personnel may not exceed the rate payable for level 5 of the executive schedule under Section 5316 of this title. The commission may procure by contract to the extent funds are available the temporary of intermittent services of experts or consultants under Section 3109 of Title 5 United States Code. The commission shall give public notice of any such contract before entering into such contract. They are authorized to be appropriated to the commission such sums as necessary to enable this commission to carry out its duties under this act. Such sums to remain available until December 31st, 1996. The commission shall set a reasonable user fee which shall be calculated to be sufficient and to reimburse the United States for all sums appropriated under paragraph 1. Termination. The commission shall terminate on the earlier of December 31st, 1996, or 90 days after the commission submits a written determination to the president that voluntarily standards are established that are adequate to warn purchasers of the violent or sexually explicit content of video games. The commission shall, during the 1-year period beginning of the date of the enactment of this act and to the great EST extent practicable, coordinate with the video game industry in the development of the voluntary system for providing information concerning the content of video games to purchasers and users. And 1 year after the date of enactment of this act, evaluate whether any voluntary standards proposed by the video game industry are adequate to warn purchasers and users about the violence or sexually explicit content of video games, and determine whether the voluntary industry response is sufficient to adequately warn parents and users of the violence or sex content of video games. If before end of the year 1 period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act, the commission makes a determination of adequate industry response under paragraph 1B Roman numeral 2 and a determination that sufficient voluntary standards are established, the commission shall submit a report of such determinations and reasons therefore to the president and Congress, and terminate in accordance with section 3 Roman numeral I or 1-2. Right. Effective on and after the date occurring 1 year after the date of the enactment of this act, the commission may promulgate regulations requiring manufacturers and sellers of video games to provide adequate information relating to violence and sexually explicit content such video games to purchasers and users. The antitrust laws are defined in subsection A of the first section of the Clayton Act, 15 U.S.C. 45, in the law of unfair competition under Section 5 of the Federal Trade Commission Act, 15 U.S.C. 45, should not apply to any joint discussion, consideration, review, action, or agreement by or among persons in the video game industry for the purpose of and limited to developing and disseminating voluntary guidelines designed to provide appropriate information regarding the sex or violent content of video games to purchasers of video games at the point of sale or initial use or other use such as video games. The exception provided for in this subsection shall not apply to any joint discussion, consideration, review, action, or agreement which results in a boycott of any person. Holy shit, bro, I just read all that. My goodness. The game industry rallies. A second hearing was held on March 4th, 1994 to give the game industry a chance to show their progress since December. Senators Lieberman and Cole seemed pleased when representatives from Nintendo, Sega, and Electronic Arts laid out an ambitious plan to have the rating system implemented by year's end. Enter the ESRB. The Interactive Digital Software Association was formed in April 1994, establishing the Entertainment Software Ratings Board 2 months later. The ESRB's 5 rating categories, early childhood, kids to adults, teen, mature, and adults only, were accepted as an industry standard in June 1994. With minor revisions, the system is still in use today. The impact. Thanks to its high-profile success, Mortal Kombat accidentally became emblematic of violent video games. However, the controversy will lead to positive and lasting change. Here, both developers and players discuss this critical moment in gaming history.
Video games were becoming more and more sophisticated, maturing.
It was around that time that we were realizing that video games aren't just for kids. The manufacturers of the home consoles still kind of thought of them that way. It's like, hey, this is a toy for kids.
We never made Mortal Kombat for 6-year-olds or anything like that. That was never the intention. 4 guys in their 20s, what kind of video game are they going to make?
In our minds, we were creating the game for a certain demographic of player.
Fans of Terminator, Bloodsport, Alien, Predator, all these movies. It was a game by guys in their 20s, 4 guys in their 20s. And nobody mentioned anything during the arcade days.
Once the game came home on the consoles, it came into people's living rooms, that was a shocker to the moms and dads of suburbia.
Blood splatters from the contestants' heads. When a player wins, the so-called death sequence begins. The game narrator instructs the player to finish, and I quote, finish his opponent.
My parents were very worried about the violence in Mortal Kombat because eventually they saw the news stories. They saw the news stories that were like you could rip out someone's spine or you could light them on fire. Like I had a friend who was not allowed to go to another friend's house because he had played Mortal Kombat with him.
And we also really didn't see a lot of animated blood in video games back then. It seems so commonplace today.
What is the difference in between this and violent movies? Why is it different?
No one's looking at movies in the same way as they're looking at video games.
Rock music before it, and comics and heavy metal.
I grew up at a time, Elvis Presley's body was blacked out from the waist down because he was gyrating, and God only knows what that's going to do to today's youth.
I do think that there was a number of kind of politicians and other people who were looking for a scapegoat. Kind of this was it. It came along at the right time.
Kato wins. Flawless victory. It was just like, video games are bad, and these are the ones doing it. I think the thing that made me most angry about it was it just felt like no one involved in any of this had ever actually played a video game or seen this stuff outside of very carefully selected footage.
It was like fairly kind of innocuous, and it was like kind of cartoon violence.
And yeah, it seems violent, but ultimately it's really just funny.
Yeah, it's like Evil Dead, isn't it?
The very idea that like Mortal Kombat was somehow going to destroy society or the fabric of our youth or anything was always ridiculous.
These home games had no system of ratings, right? Like a CD would say explicit lyrics or something. A movie would say rated R for violence or, whatever. And I think, to me, that was the fundamental issue. Somebody noticed and somebody objected to it, and we certainly didn't disagree with it.
And so I think that the reaction from Congress and everything at the time almost, to me, felt appropriate.
Yeah, I'd say having the conversation about violence in video games and ratings in video games ultimately is something that was going to happen sooner or later. Is the industry going to be able to self-regulate, or is the government going to have to come in and do a bunch of really dumb things?
I think that the rating system helps people make more informed decisions about what they're buying, and that included Mortal Kombat. If you're a parent who bought their kids games, they probably shouldn't have been playing Mortal Kombat unless you could supervise them. It was the next step in the maturity of the industry, and the rating system was kind of emblematic of that. It was a way to say, hey, here's this type of game, here's the type of content, make your own choice.
The rating system and stuff that came from it felt like the right choice, to make.
I think that if video games were like a squalling infant that was just learning how to crawl, Mortal Kombat got them toddling on their feet.
Makes sense. Ready for round 2. Success always means a sequel, and Mortal Kombat was no exception. Entering a new development cycle, the team at Midway focused on new characters, improved technology, and even more extreme finishing moves for a sequel worthy of the phenomenon. With the first game still earning tons of quarters in the arcade and the home game still selling in record numbers, the Mortal Kombat team quickly began to work on the super-powered sequel. Better tools, more resources, and a new artist opened a lot of creative and technical doors for the team while building the sequel, and all those elements helped expand the Mortal Kombat mythology.
Our experience with the first Mortal Kombat was, it turned out great, but the game was very rushed. It was an 8-month project from concept to shipped game, which was crazy when you think about that. Certainly in my head, there was 10 things that I would have done differently.
Shortly after Mortal Kombat 1, Ed and I started to think about what do we want to do next. And one idea we had was we wanted to do a Star Wars game. Ken Fedesna came down, and I remember us talking excitedly about Star Wars. And Ken's response was, Star Wars, what are you guys talking about with this Star Wars, business? You guys have got to do a sequel to this game. And so that was the first time that I thought, oh, okay, I guess we're signed up for a sequel.
So new hardware came, new tools came.
Warren Davis and all these guys, Todd Allen, everybody was like working on tools to make things better, and we just inherited that.
Oh my God.
One of the things that is better about Mortal Kombat 2 from Mortal Kombat 1 is the graphics. Originally, everything was done off of VHS tapes, and it was kind of blurry and stuff.
We eventually started capturing images directly onto the hard drive as opposed to putting it on videotape and then going to the hard drive.
Okay, ready? Is it live or is it ready to go? That was good.
That allowed us to knock out that losty videotape format that would bleed onto everything.
It just became a more efficient process, a cleaner image for sure.
Outstanding.
We added much better kind of combo system that was going.
Jax wins.
You could turn around and kick. Which to this day I can't believe the first Mortal Kombat doesn't have. A lot bigger of a roster. We wanted to expand, so we had 12 characters and added Jax. That was huge. Katana Molina, who are synonymous with Mortal Kombat at this point.
One of the reasons I know that we swapped Sonya for Katana Molina was because of their masks. We were able to get 2 for 1. So the same palette swapping technique we used for Scorpion and Sub-Zero, we thought, okay, let's take advantage of this with the female characters.
Katana wins. Fatality.
Tony Goski, graphic genius.
Hey, it's Ed Boon.
Ed, John Tobias, and Martin Mel walk in my office. Ed says, hey Tony, we're thinking, do you want to work on Mortal Kombat? I was an instant yes.
Tony Goski was working on a game called NBA Jam, and he was doing a great job, but he, in his heart, he was a traditional painter, and so when Mortal Kombat 2 came along, he was a perfect fit.
It was suited my style and things I enjoyed. Fantasy art, starting to get into surrealism with, like say, Dali and Magritte, and I kind of just went that direction,
Tony Goski defined the majority of the look and feel of Mortal Kombat 2, specifically the backgrounds.
Tony's influence came into what does Outworld look like? What does, this really mysterious Mortal Kombat, this fantasy Mortal Kombat, what does that look like?
Introducing the Outworld was huge because it completely carved a new look for Mortal Kombat. Kind of used like Chinese influence, but with graphic and surrealism kind of coming together. Pit was an iconic stage in MK1, so we made the Pit 2. Person, dun dun dun, gets hit, and it would do what we would call a camera cut now. But it would just do a top view of the person doing like this, and the background would scale up, and
Reptile wins.
He came up with this living forest
and you know, he put my face on the trees.
Oh man.
Albert Brooks all over it. All had to be drawn.
No digitizing for Tony.
What? I did digitize the tree. And that's face.
We would
That's
digitize
crazy.
that, and then I would draw on top of it the bark and everything to make it look like a tree.
Wow, I didn't even think of that.
Obviously, we all like horror movies and things that are like shocking. You go all the way to the left, and there's a tree kind of looking straight down the fight line, and that's based off Ash from The Evil Dead. That was like one of my favorite backgrounds to work on.
When I was a teenager, I did some stop-action animation just for fun with a Super 8 camera, with clay and toys and stuff like that. When doing Kintaro, there weren't a lot of frames to begin with. It's like, you know, you know, and you know, you would hang on that last, you know, hit or whatever.
He fucking moved fucking smooth as hell.
I would sort of try to mimic what John was doing with main characters as I was doing Kintaro.
For me, what was most exciting was there was this fiction that we would tell a little bit of story just through a couple sentences in the attract mode. And so once the talk of a sequel came about, I knew that, okay, this is our opportunity to tell all this story that we alluded to in the first game. Now we can sort of move things forward.
And that's true.
And so I mean, it was just, we're so young. It was like, cool, we're gonna do a number 2. Okay. And that's about my thought process, you know, cool, I still have a job.
Yeah, but like with Mortal Kombat 2, like Mortal Kombat 2 was like one of the best games out there. You know what I mean? Like this was like solidifying them as like a game that was gonna test its limits for the rest of their life, pretty much. So that's why like every Mortal Kombat, like it just tries to get better and better and better each time. Back to the drawing board. John Tobias' sketches from the 1993 revealed designs for new characters Kitana and Kung Lao, more colorful looks for Champion Liu Kang and Elder God Raiden, and an unused version of Tiger Stripe Kintaro. What the fuck? This was a thing? That's crazy. Jackson Yellow. Jack's original outfit was clearly
Frosted
inspired by
Flakes mascot.
They're great. Jack's original outfit was clearly inspired by one worn in real-life martial artist Bruce Lee. Well, this was supposed to be Curtis Stryker. I'm playing. Into the Outworld. After Shang Tsung's failure to secure Earthrealm, Shao Kahn lures the combatants to his home turf on Outworld for a rematch. Moving the conflict to an alternate dimension gave the team a new visual playground filled with gothic and supernatural elements. Painter's Touch. A classmate of John Tobias and John Vogel, Tony Goski had a background in the fine arts. His surrealistic influences gave Mortal Kombat 2's backgrounds and environments a decidedly sinister edge. Equally adept at painting oil on canvas as putting pixels on screens, his influences are evident in these concept sketches for the Living Forest and the Wastelands.
So in the original games the realms were always alternate versions of Earth.
I guess so. The voice. Who would give voice to Mortal Kombat 2's new villain, the Outworld Emperor Shao Kahn? For the team at Midway, there was only one choice. Steve Ritchie, a pinball designer with pipes of gold. Hey, yo. Anyway.
Initially, we had Ed being the announcer for the first Mortal Kombat as Shang Tsung.
Kano. Scorpion. Fight.
Yeah, I can hear it.
And then we wanted to go a different direction for the second one, and so they created this character, Shao Kahn.
Round one, fight.
And I'm sure everyone was like, oh yeah, that's going to be Steve. You know?
It's high impact football. Fire, power, 1, 2, enemy destroyed. I am the Black Knight.
Voice work in games, I loved it. I loved doing it. If they wanted me, I was there.
If you want a dude with a heavy, deep voice, then you could pitch it down some more and make it sound super basso profundo. That's the guy.
They wanted me to be a 200-year-old Asian man, you know, martial artist. Dan had a structure and a language and a way for me to speak.
Here's the list, do these things, and then a little bit of coaching.
Sonia, Baraka. Round one, fight.
And he, you know, did a great job. And that's it. That's what you hear in the game.
Finish him. Baraka wins. Flawless victory. Fatality.
That voice is, it's my favorite voice. It's
fatality.
I want to be that guy.
He obviously can't do the voices anymore now that he's older, but he was awesome voice for Khan at the time.
Yep, that is honest to God true. Most video games aren't lucky enough to have their own catchphrase, but most video games aren't Mortal Kombat 2. Here's sound designer Dan Forden explains the origins of Toasty.
So Ed and I, we worked on these games, and we really liked playing super high impact. There was a machine in the hallway in the back, and we'd go there and have a game or two. In that game, you pick your play, and then the lines come together before you hike the ball. And so as they're doing that, I'm saying, I predict that you're toast. And that evolved into, I predict toasty, and Ed would crack up. George Petro said, you guys should put some of that silly stuff you do in the game. And we're like, yeah, whatever. And go on our day. And then, like, I don't know, a couple weeks later, Ed talks to me. He's like, hey, would you be cool if we, like, took your face and, like, when every 100th uppercut, your face comes out and says toasty in the corner of the screen? And I'm like, sure. Let's do that. So that's how that happened.
That's crazy. So every 100th uppercut.
Silliness, right? It's good to have a little bit of silliness.
So every 100th uppercut was when that toasty shit came out. Crazy work. Performance capture. Ed Boon and John Tobias direct Carlos Pesina, Ho Sung Pak, and Anthony Marquez, which Carlos was Raiden, Ho Sung Pak was Liu Kang, and Anthony was Kung Lao, while they performed stunts that would be digitalized into player moves for the final game.
Jump straight up and land on your back. I can do that, but I need to land the other way. Is it Elvis? Is it? Okay, ready? Ready? Is it live or is it ready to go? That was good.
That was much better.
Ho Sung Pak was Shang Tsung in MK1.
Yep, that's true. He came back to Liu Kang, which is crazy work.
Hey, you know I saw the trailer for that yesterday?
Yeah, you're the one that told me about that. They reviewed and all that stuff like that.
Yeah.
This new footage we have not seen, only seen MK1 and 3.
Right, but it's like 2 frames that
Right.
that we use.
See, like that's not bad. Okay, you know what? That's enough.
Oh my God, that was the best one.
Jax's yellow outfit. John Parrish performs a pivoting punch in Jax's original yellow outfit, which closely resembles John Tobias' concept art. He was supposed to have silver gloves. Interesting. Never knew about that. Melina's Psi Attack. Performer Cataline
Silver gloves
Zamir
equals metal arms.
gets direction from Ed Boon on how to wield Melina's Psi, after which John Tobias adjusts the angles for Katana's fan. Yeah, put it right the fuck here, right? And you bring it right back down and you put it right the fuck up over here, alright? Can you imagine that's exactly what the fuck that boo was saying. Then why you fucking up over here?
Man, MK2 Katana actress so beautiful, bro.
I believe it. And these motherfuckers had like the fucking fans that I have in my fucking room right now. Crazy work. This nigga, bro. Nigga say, hold on, motherfucker. Oh, you fucked up. Baraka's blades. Richard DeVizio records Baraka's walk and thrusting blade attacks with guidance from Ed Boon. There's no audio for this video. Look, you gotta fucking move forward and you gotta fucking stab, alright? Damn. Those were not bad back in the day, I'll tell you that. Like...
Plot twist, that's not a costume, that's live terracotta.
You're funny. Like you could spot the fakeness on the blades and on the teeth and the mask, bro. You could spot it so fucking good. See, now you gotta go ahead and wham, you know what I mean? Like you gotta fucking wham. So it's like, do that stupid shit. Wham. Yeah, you gotta like swing it. You like, you gotta like hit that motherfucker right. Yeah, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous, motherfucker. You got it. Wham! There you go. Like, don't look like a girl doing this shit, alright? I'm not asking you to be like a bitch. Just swing. Swing like a man. There you go. Alright, now, you see this shit? You see this shit? Alright, look at this. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. You gotta like, wham!
Well, I
you know what I
think
mean?
that's what they actually saying, lol.
You gotta like look around and fucking like hit him with it, you know what I mean? Well, yeah, that's what the fuck I want to see right there. But you know, you gotta do a little better. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's right. Take me off the camera. Hold on, I see what the fuck I say. All right, now try it again. You gotta hit him with the fucking hit him up here, right? And then you gotta slice him up, slice dice the bitch, and then you gotta like slam it like fucking right over fucking here, like all over your fucking head. You know what I mean? Like you gotta like just get it all over your head. You know what I mean? You want all that blood going on your fucking head. You want to fucking stand me? Okay, no. See, now you gotta like move it on right over here. Yeah, what he said? Okay, you gotta move that bitch right over here. Is right over here fine? You gotta move this motherfucker. Okay, is it good? That good? That motherfucker good? Are you sure? Okay, do I have to fucking move him again? Do I have to fucking move him again? Now the secret can be revealed. To perform Liu Kang's signature bicycle kick, martial artist Ho Sung Pak needed to balance while leaning back on a chair. The silent clip includes Ed Boon's demonstrating a dramatic throw. So look at this shit, okay, motherfucker. Look, you gotta like jump the shit, and then you gotta like, you know, yeah, do it again. All right, now do it. All right, motherfucker, now do it a little fucking faster. Yeah, lay down. Yep. There you go. All right, that's how you kick up. That's how you kick up, you dumb son of a bitch. Okay, now remember, you see this shit, right? And then you fling it out over here on the other side. You gotta like have that sort of boom, you know what I mean? You gotta look dead in the face, and then yeah, that's like yeah, your arm right there, motherfucker. Yeah. Kung Lao defeated. This silent excerpt from Anthony Marquez's performance's capture session includes Kung Lao's cakes, ducks, and John Tobias' demonstration of exactly how Kung Lao's corpse should collapse. Okay, no, you can't be doing that type of shit. Do you hear me? You gotta duck down low, and then you gotta, you know what I mean? Like, you know what the fuck to do, right? I don't gotta fucking tell you that shit again. Don't fucking argue with me. Yep, duck down and then jump up. Jump up. Motherfucker, jump up. Simon says jump up. There you go. Won't you fucking smile at me? Yeah, do that shit again. That's pretty good. One more time. I like the way how you extend that leg, though. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, that's right. Fall in the motherfucking grace of your presence because you know that
So
we're your
Boon
masters. Hey, nah. Look, motherfucker, you gotta go ahead and just act like, you know, you're dying and shit. And you gotta like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta like slowly fucking die to your fucking premise on the ground. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you gonna be like that? Yeah, motherfucker, you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. So do it. Stop fucking laughing. Yeah, that's much better. Crazy, bro. Another monstrous foe. Who could be bigger and badder than Goro? John Tobias's designed Kintaro, a new forearm menace built and animated by John Vogel. These detailed photos of the Kintaro model were taken by Vogel in 2013. Still pretty clean. The Sound of Perfection. Mortal Kombat 2 was the first video game to use Midway's digital compression system for audio. Moving away from FM synthesis, Soundtracks were instead created by carefully arranging samples across 4 channels of audio. DCS remained the standard of Midway arcade games, as well as Williams and Bally pinball machines through the early 2000s. Selling the sequel, Midway usually created a promotional video for each of its arcade games for sales and marketing use at trade shows. The Mortal Kombat 2 promo reel takes a victory lap for the first game with a very animated narrator exclaiming, "We've created a monster," before teasing the new game's features.
Once in a lifetime, a game comes along that transcends our industry. The theme connects with something deep inside us and embeds itself firmly in the popular culture. Once in a lifetime, a game takes on a life of its own. To millions worldwide, it becomes more than just a video game. It becomes an obsession, a controversy. And they just can't wait to take it home. We've created a monster! Actually, we've created several. What if we could outdo our previous successes? What if we could create a new fighting machine? One that eclipsed every fighting game ever made. One with more depth and more characters. What if, amidst all the furor and recognition, we could release to the world the ultimate fighting experience? We can, and we will, right now. Here it is, Mortal Kombat 2. More characters, 3 times more images, more secret moves, more battlegrounds, more hidden surprises. And it's the first video game to feature our crystal clear DCS sound. These are the 12 combatants. Each possesses an array of special strengths. Liu Kang, Kung Lao, Johnny Cage, Reptile, Sub-Zero, Shang Tsung, Kitana, Jax, Melina, Baraka,
and
Scorpion.
My motherfucking
Raiden. Get to know these characters, because when it comes to fighting for profits, they're all in your corner. Mortal Kombat 1 has started an unstoppable global fire. and notoriety has fanned the flames. The world's players have embraced these characters, and they're begging us for more. Never before has a game been so perfectly poised for such massive success. What was a roaring blaze will now become a raging inferno of profit. Get ready to feel the heat of Mortal Kombat 2. The world's ultimate fighting machine.
Crazy work. Come back for seconds. The promotional flyer for Mortal Kombat 2 showcases one of the franchise's key differentiators. Colorful original characters, including new faces like Kung Lao, Katana, and Baraka, as well as a freshly rejuvenated Shang Tsung. Which we've seen this earlier. So, Mortal Kombat 2, after several location tests in Chicago arcades, Mortal Kombat 2 started rolling out nationally in the last few months of 1993, with chipset 2.1 being deemed ready for a launch. A 3.1 revision would later add the Deadpool fighting stage, address some exploits, and squash a few bugs. It's amazing. A look under the hood. Fans rarely saw the hardware that was running Mortal Kombat 2 inside the arcade machines. A printed circuit board was screwed into a plate inside the cabinet, with cables connecting it to the power control panel, power, and more. When a new code update was available, arcade owners could simply swap out the individual chips on the board. Whoops. Mortal Kombat 2 cabinet. Midway's official promotional image of the Mortal Kombat 2 cabinet, featuring a dark stony library with Raiden's portrait on the side. Oh, do I really want to read this? Sure, why not? Midway Manufacturing Company unleashes one of the most eagerly awaited video games of all time. Mortal Kombat 2 continues the heralded martial arts of saga that has captivated players around the world. Building on the legacy title voted most played conversion kit for 1993 by the Amusement of Music Operations Association, and taking its own honors as the best new game at 1993 AMOA Expo, Mortal Kombat 2 continues what has become a remarkable saga. Humiliated in defeat and with the apparent death of Goro on his shoulders, Shang Tsung returns to the art world to beg for the forgiveness of Shao Kahn, supreme ruler of this battle-scarred realm. Together, they conceive a new, more diabolical plan to lure the Earth's mightiest warriors in for a tournament where the balance between good and evil lies as the final determination. With many of the combatants from Mortal Kombat returning, such as Johnny Cage, Liu Kang, Scorpion, and Raiden, Mortal Kombat 2 also introduces a powerful lineup of new challengers, including Major Jackson Briggs, a leader of the top U.S. Special Forces unit, and Baraka, recruited by Shao Kahn from a nomadic race of mutants who lived in the wastelands of the Outworld. In addition, entering into the fray are the twin sisters Kitana and Mileena with their own special powers and secret mission. Mortal Kombat 2 provides all new backdrops along with a highly articulated series of kicks, punches, and blocks, combination moves, and death-defying secret moves for each of the 12 main characters, as well as hidden warriors to mesmerize the most ardent players. With advanced color graphics and more detailed action on screen than ever before, Mortal Kombat 2 also features Midway's revolutionary DCS, which is digital compression system, for an unparalleled soundscape that delivers exceptional quality, fidelity of music, speech, and sound effects. And along with impressive player options, Mortal Kombat 2 also includes a wide variety of operator options such as violence control dip switch and Midway's exclusive state-of-the-art diagnostics package. Wow. Mortal Kombat, oh my fucking jeez, bro. Mortal Kombat 2 the comic. As with the first game, John Tobias expanded Mortal Kombat 2's story in a comic book, once again advertised in arcade games attract mode and only available through mail order. Originally sold for $5, copies of the book now fetch hundreds of dollars on the collector's market. Here we go. This looks pretty lit. Hold on, let me get this picture right here. Okay. Fuck yeah. Okay. That's all I needed. Alright. He rushed straight for us, all 4 arms and 550 pounds of solid muscle. But we were ready. Goro lost fair and square to Liu Kang in Shang Tsung's tournament. That's when all hell broke loose. Sung was outraged. He wanted all of our souls. He sicked Goro and a few hundred of his best warriors on us. Me, Kano, and Sonya were ready to hold back Goro. Raiden and the ninjas Sub-Zero and Scorpion held back Shang Tsung's army. Liu Kang was hopefully kicking the old man's butt. We had Goro on the ropes. Then there was this huge explosion and the bridge we're fighting on collapses. Everyone falls. I managed to grab onto what was left of the bridge. The others weren't so lucky. And now my luck didn't last longer. I could feel the rock crumbling between my fingertips. All I could do was fall. Until Raiden happened by, he could fly. That's fucking crazy work. Hold tight, Johnny Cage. This island realm is self-destructing as a result of Shang Tsung's death. So Liu Kang won? Yes, he did. But this island was held together by Shang Tsung's...
Crumbling.
Yeah, you know what the fuck I meant. Yes, but this island was held together by Shang Tsung's existence. We must make a quick exit. Though a portal I have created. What about the others? Liu Kang has already escaped. Sub-Zero was killed by Scorpion. After our battle with Shang Tsung's army, then Scorpion burst into flames and burned to ashes before my eyes. Wow, what a dramatic exit. Prepare yourself, Cage. Our exit through the portal will be followed by a violent explosion. Do we need such a dramatic exit? Whoosh. The next thing I know, I'm on a floating piece of wood in the East China Sea. I don't know what happened to Raiden. Maybe he drowned, but I doubt that. I figured all I could do was stay afloat until a boat came by or I got eaten by sharks. Then I see a friendly looking boat. It has American flag on it. It has cool lights and these symbols painted all over it. And it had guns. Lots of guns. Hold on real quick. Man. I know. Jeez Louise. I had enough of reaching. Okay.
Cute.
Yeah, my fault. I just had enough of reaching. Okay, so hi guys. I don't like guns, especially when they're pointed at me. And that's the last time I'm telling you the story. Thursday morning, 8 a.m. EST, Special Forces Base 05. Jax, that's the 5th time he's told that story, each time in exact detail, unchanged. How else do you explain him floating in the East China Sea and all the wood and stone fragments were picked up? They're ancient. I don't buy it, Baran. Sonya and her team sent out the distress signal and it was sent to right where we picked up Mr. Hollywood. And I don't think Sonya would ever fight side by side with Kano. She didn't have a choice. Alright, Cage, we're gonna let you go. But when I get some solid evidence, I'm coming after you myself, then it's gonna get ugly. I look forward to it, Jax. Now, if you wouldn't mind untying me, I got a movie to make. A battle-scarred realm ruled for ages by a fierce warlord known as the Emperor Shao Kahn. It is here where the demon sorcerer Shang Tsung began his mission to unbalance the Earth's realm's furies, thus allowing his master Shao Kahn to enter the realm and bring it under his rule. But Shang Tsung has failed in his mission and now must answer for his crime to pay the price. Great Shao Kahn, I demand Shang Tsung's execution. Through his careless endeavors, we have lost the greatest of our warriors, my son Goro. Oh, so there's his father. The humans of Earthrealm were thought to be weak and unfocused. This was all based on the words of Shang Tsung himself, yet he was defeated by a Shaolin monk. The Shaolin study peace in passive ways. Liu Kang should have never defeated Shang Tsung, and we should never have sent a sorcerer to do the work of a warrior. As Gorbak, king of Kutan, I ask that Shao Kahn must return to me, to my great kingdom, and be executed before my people. Only this will atone for the death of Goro. However, we must now understand your concerns, Gorbak. However, we must now look past of the death of our great champion. We have occupied this realm for ages. My strength grows, yet this realm has ceased to grow with it. I need room to expand my power. I cannot set foot onto Earth's soil until its furies are unbalanced. Shang Tsung has failed to accomplish this. I will give my servant one last moment to devise a reason why I should not strike him down myself. My master, we can initiate a new challenge, a new tournament. The rules are quite clear in this matter. Any realm can exercise its right of challenge as long as it can breach the dimensional gates that separate it from the other realms. The trick is opening a portal. I could accomplish this task as I did 1,000 years ago if my strength was renewed. This resulting portal will also be large enough for a small army of warriors to enter the Earthrealm and perhaps enact revenge against those responsible for Goro's death. Shadow Priest, tell me.
Shao Kahn with horns better than General Shao Taro.
Yeah, you're right. Shadow Priest, tell me, what lies in my future if I allow Shang Tsung to execute this plan? The Demon Sorcerer's plan is a twist in the rules of the tournament battle. The breach through the dimensional gate is a method of exercising the rights of a challenge, though it goes against the wishes of an elder god. This makes it difficult to see a clear outcome. If we win this new tournament, your life will be eternal. Your power will be unmatched. You will become a god. If you lose, you will suffer eternal damnation. If Shang Tsung must live, then so be it. But I insist, if this excursion back into the realm is to succeed, we must send a warrior from Kutan. I offer Kintaro.
BestViewERSStreamBoo.com. Remove the space at V0X1WFHE.
Wow, what is with y'all? What is with y'all, bro? Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. Ugh. So yeah, I offer Kintaro. Great Shao Kahn, I stand at your command. Your presence is welcome, Kintaro. Shang Tsung, your life no longer exists in the Earth realm. Therefore, I will grant you a new physical form. One that will replenish your powers of sorcery and fool the Earth gods into allowing your soul through the dimensional gate. If you fail in this mission, all the alt world will be wiped from reality and you will suffer a fate of eternal torture. Shang Tsung feels the pain he has never felt before. His flesh, his soul torn from his very existence. He will be reconstructed, his youth restored, his strength multiplied, his unholy power replenished. The Honan Province, China. Hidden deep in the mountains of this rich country style is Liu Kang's Shaolin Temple. Now as Liu returns victorious, the once great temple lays in ruin. The students were young. They were learning the very beginnings of the Shaolin way of life and myths of the Order of Light. The attackers knew this temple was an easy target. The motive was revenge, and revenge can result in the most violent of actions. I swear on my Shaolin brothers, the villains responsible for this crime shall pay. That is my promise. Sounds more like a threat of revenge. Who? Kung Lao. I'm surprised you remember. You left our White Lotus Society to compete in the great tournament. Now you return to this. And what of your decision? You joined the Lotus Society when the Shaolin needed you most. I had to return. I had to compete in Shang Tsung's tournament. And look what you did. Look what your victory has done. Destroyed that of which you treasure most. A price all Shaolin must be prepared to pay. We trained from our earliest days. We ignored the world outside of our temple gates. We do all this to risk our lives in battle, to save a world in which regards our history as myth, fairy tales. Liu, isn't it quite obvious who attacked the temple? Your battle with the outworld demons is far from over. When it resumes, you can count on Kung Lao to fight at your side. From the sky comes an odd sight of a hover jet, out of place of these ancient surroundings and unwelcome. We have visitors. This temple has been a sacred and hidden location for 1,000 years. Apparently, no longer that aircraft belongs to the Lin Kuei. Hello there. Quite a battle that took place here. We caught some of it on surveillance. What do you want, assassin? Assassin? Only when the job calls
Reading
for
this
it.
story makes me realize how MK9 messed up the lore.
Yeah. Assassin, only when the job calls for it. Please give me a moment to explain. Here's my card. You're not Sub-Zero. I saw him die, murdered by a Spectre car Scorpion. Yes, we all have our ghosts. The Sub-Zero you saw killed was my older brother. He was stubborn in many ways, refused to utilize modern technology on his missions. A shame, really. He was among the Lin Kuei's finest, although fast becoming obsolete. We took surveillance photos. They kept calling this guy Shang Tsung. I thought he was an old man. They say something about going after Cage. Oh wait, whoops. I am taking this place and I am slowly inheriting some of his ghosts. We were picking up a very high gammatronic readings of this area, indicating a portal opening. We thought maybe Goro won the tournament, you know, the myths, 10 wins in a row, all hell is gonna come through a portal. We took surveillance photos. They kept calling this guy Shang Tsung. I thought he was an old man. They said something about going after Cage. Who's he? A friend. Tell me, Sub-Zero, what do you think of Hollywood?
Dressed like an Agent Lowell.
I know, right? I never thought I would see this. That's pretty crazy. At the studio of the karate flick pictures in Hollywood. Cage Cologne, C1, take 5. Hey, look, Ed Boon. It's funny. Cage Cologne, take 1, and action. Oh, Cage, you saved my life once again, and you smell so good. That's because I'm wearing my new cologne, Cage. When I win, the girls, when I win the girls, I gotta smell good. Something unexpected was about to happen. Johnny will soon realize that his recent exploits of Shang Tsung's island have followed him home. Hey, what's with the effects? Cool. They're wrecking my backgrounds. Hello, Johnny Cage. It is so good to see you again. No offense, pal, but who the heck are you? Don't you recognize me? It is I, Shang Tsung. Meanwhile, in the lobby, look, lady, we don't need warrants. We're with the Special Forces, and we're trying to be nice about this. I'll see what I can do. We know Cage is taping on one of these studios. We'll shut this entire place down and find him ourselves if we have to. Good job, lady. Oh my gosh. Wow, he does do his own stunts. That does it. Mr. Cage, you alright? Cage, we got a message from Sonya. She's trapped in the outworld. Said some freaks are supposed to come looking for you. Freaks? Certainly, Sonya Blade has developed enough respect for me to withhold insults. And thanks for alerting me of her location. Watch it, Jax. This is... I am Shang Tsung. The ball of energy Shang Tsung throws is actually the life force of an extinguished soul, and as Jax discovers, quite a formidable weapon. BAM! Lieutenant Steve Baran opens fire on the Outworld warriors, but his bullets will have no effect. Baraka, Cage is yours. Baraka, show Cage pain. Chalk is cheap and is also a distraction. You should learn to do it after you strike an opponent. Jax, are you alright? Just fine. I'm going after the big guy. Are you crazy? You must be 8 feet tall. No time to complain, Baran. It's time to kick some Outworld butt. It's rumored that Jax is the strongest man on Earth, but he has never faced the likes of Kentaro. Enough of this. Melina, kill the human with his annoying weapon. Kitana, assist Baraka with Johnny Cage. Warriors, follow me. The battle between Jax and Kentaro rages on. They burst through the studio walls and out to the parking lot, while Sub-Zero's hover jet arrives. Is that Goro? No, but whoever's fighting, it won't be last long. Smoke, take us around for 2 more passes. Oh look, Smoke. Oh look, Ermac. We'll drop Liu Kang and Kung Lao first, and then I'll surprise him on the second pass. Keep the ship out of range until you receive my signal. Affirmative, Sub-Zero. We must be cautious. With Shang Tsung, things are not always what they seem. What's this? Looks like I got reinforcements. Any enemy of Shang Tsung is a friend of ours. Now, villains, you will have 3 warriors to face. I would say the odds have evened out a little. What's the matter, freaks? You look scared. I can assure you, warrior, fear is not a concern of ours. And now that the Grand Champion Liu Kang has arrived, we have a proposition for the warriors of your realm. As Shang Tsung speaks, he fails to notice Sub-Zero, who delivers a sneak attack with startling perfection. But as Sub-Zero was warned earlier, with Shang Tsung, they are not always what they seem. And blam. What? I seem to have hit an invisible wall. Ah, I see that Lin Kuei has sent Sub-Zero once again. Your mission, no doubt, is my assassination. But he has failed again, my master. He will pay for his life at the hands of Reptile. The Lin Kuei's life is not yours for the taking. Only I, Scorpion, will dictate when his life is over. For I am a warrior not on this earth, but from the very depths of its hell. My life was taken by a Lin Kuei known as Sub-Zero. I killed my murderer, thus my journey for revenge is complete. This is not the same Sub-Zero, but I return with a new mission. I've taken a life, now I must devote myself to protecting one. So since Mortal Kombat 2, Scorpion was vowed to protect Kuai Liang. Ain't that crazy? Yeah, I feel like that's crazy to me. If this is my brother's assassin, shouldn't I strike him down? Enough! Shang Tsung, you are here against the wishes of the Elder Gods. This skirmish has taken place outside of the tournament battle. An act of the Elder Gods would not take lightly. I do not know where your renewed power to open the dimensional gates came from, but I assume you foul Emperor Shao Kahn has handled it. This battle will continue no longer. You are now welcome in this realm. State your business, Shang Tsung, and leave or face the wrath of a Thunder God.
Yup, until MK4 Scorpion tries to kill Sub-Zero again, cause Quan Kai said he killed his family.
Yep, that's true. My business, Raiden, is to exercise my right of challenge, and I challenge these mortals to compete in a new contest hosted by the mighty Shao Kahn himself. We have this right, Raiden, for we as mortals come from the outworld, possess the ability to travel through the dimensional gates. Thus, we also possess the right to challenge any realm we have access to. The challenge has been made. You must
Scorpion
either accept
so
it
gullible.
or forfeit. Farewell, Earth Warriors. The demon is gone. Yes, and he leaves a most perplexing situation. Raiden, the tournament is finished. We can beat Shang Tsung. How can he make this challenge? What if he refuses to take part? You must defend your title, Liu Kang. It's an ongoing battle. It does not end with one victory. To forfeit the challenge will weaken your realm standing with the Elder Gods. You would unbalance the Furies. Jax, Kung Lao, and Sub-Zero, your participation has been preordained by your gods themselves. Your acceptance will strengthen your realm's chance of winning. I don't know about this hocus pocus stuff. I'll have to ask my partner. You'll have to ask what is left of your partner. I found his hat next to a pile of bones right after the freaks disappeared. Then the answer is yes, I will compete. And I would also compete. If we're going to put an end to this outworld, now is the time, and no better place to do it than their own backyard. Here we go again. Then prepare yourselves, mortals, for combat in the outworld. To be continued on the game screen near you. Warrior, you have been invited to represent the Earth Realm in the great tournament of the Outworld hosted by the Emperor Shao Kahn. Your participation is vital in the preservation of Earth and ending the Outworld menace. You will receive further information at a later date. Raiden.
MK Shaolin monks based in MK2 and MK9 story mode contradicts this comic story.
Along with the comic book, fans could order a compact disc featuring Dan Forden's musical soundtrack to both arcade games. All it took was a check for $12.45 and a few weeks of patience. In stark contrast to gory fatalities, Mortal Kombat 2 introduced 2 new finishing moves, both intentionally silly. Friendships end around with the act of kindness like sharing a birthday cake or performing a magic trick, while babalities turn opponents into costumed infants.
Comic book, not comic, my fault.
Yep, basically. The success of Reptile in the original game led to more secret opponents in the sequel. 3 characters, Smoke, Jade, and Noob Saibot, needed to be discovered before they could face in combat. I will meet you at Goro's lair. A Toasty Trial. Players need to be fast to battle Smoke. Quickly press down and start when Dan Forden appears to say Toasty when fighting at the portal, and you'll face him in Goro's lair. To meet Jade, you need to reach the match before the question mark icon in the single player ladder. Then defeat the random opponent using only low kick and without blocking. Finding Smoke requires speed. Finding Jade requires skill. Finding Noob Saibot requires stamina. Win 52 player games in a row to face the mysterious competitor whose name is simply Boone and Tobias backwards. Tennis for 2. If 2 players manage to play 250 games in a row, Mortal Kombat 2 offers a historic secret. After announcing that both players must face a challenge from your past, they launched into a quick game of video tennis, which is Pong. First to 7 wins. The Cutting Room Floor 2. As with the original game, some elements of Mortal Kombat 2 were created, but ultimately not implemented in the final game. Here's a look at some of the more interesting content. Johnny Cage Fatal Fist. Yeah, that doesn't look right. Interesting. Shao Kahn's Sonic Clap. The Sonic Clap was meant to work like a Hulk's when he slams his hands together and creates a wave of concussive force of wind. What the fuck? You ever seen this? I've never seen this. That's crazy work. Shao Kahn's Portal Punch. What the fuck? That's something? Oh, that would have fucking been dope. What the hell?
I saw the Portal Punch as a fatality in a fan-made game.
I think my shit just froze. Yeah, I think my shit just froze. Yeah, that thing just froze. Baraka's sword kick. See, yeah, this shit froze. Hold on. What the hell? I skipped something? Oh, that's what I skipped. Okay, see, now it's working. See, that shit would have been nasty. Okay, so see, there's a back fist there. Boom. See, yeah. What the fuck? He was supposed to have that? See, that would have been nasty. Shang Tsung's flipping punch. That's weird. Kentaro's alternate walk. Oh, that fucking walk would have been nasty. Air projectiles. Reptile and Sub-Zero and Jax were at one point in power when projectile attacks while Huh. Hang in there, baby. I believe we're gonna hang bodies from chains in the Deadpool, lower them into the acid, and then lift them out as skeletons. My recollection is that we cut this to save memory. Yeah, everybody. Statues and clouds. Nice. Unused names. Siren, Asmodeus, Ario, Barada, Bombshell, Rage, Edward, Hatboy, Knockout, Cybot, Noob, Rancor, Katana, and Pharaoh. Hey look, Pharaoh. I'm fucking with you. Shocking the fans. With many players obsessed with the home version of the original game, some fans didn't expect to see a full sequel arrive in arcades so quickly.
Here it is! Mortal Kombat 2! More characters! 3 times more images! More secret moves!
The coolest thing about Mortal Kombat 2 is I didn't know it was coming out.
I knew it was probably being worked on, and there were just rumors floating about.
I never even thought of a sequel. I was so fixated on the first game.
I had no idea. Nobody at my school had mentioned it.
It wasn't until I walked into it was an arcade called Uncle Bob's, and there it was already.
The first thing I saw was somebody slicing someone in half with Kung Lao's hat. And I remember being like, what? There's a Mortal Kombat 2, and it is crazy!
A friend came running into band class one day and said, oh, there's a Mortal Kombat 2. I saw this new character. He's a monster. He's got knives for hands.
Baraka was the first character I picked. I kept pumping quarters in. It was so exciting to see the advancements and the new characters.
There is a specific reason that Mortal Kombat 2 is my absolute favorite game in the entire series. And that is because of Katana's easiest in the world fatality. Walk up to the person and hit block, 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 high kick.
Katana wins.
I was immediately a master of her.
Fatality.
Crazy.
I still main Melina whenever I play MK2, and I can do that back, down, low punch to do that kind of roll thing, and then forward, low kick to do that kind of teleport from the ceiling kind of thing.
It looked bigger, it looked better, it looked badder, it was bloodier. The animation was more fluid. It looked like a comic book, and that's not something I ever thought I would ever want from a Mortal Kombat game.
Oh.
Fatality. But like I said, I never even dreamed of a sequel. One day there it was, and it was fantastic.
The favorite characters are back, so you have kind of that step into it. The excitement was just incredible.
I remember seeing Mortal Kombat 2. It's the level that has it Shao Kahn, the big bad guy, who had the people chained up on the pedestals in the background. You were fighting your opponent, but there was a sense of storytelling in the actual level design, and that was one of the first times I had seen that and been like, that's really cool and that's really clever.
And I still bought the Game Boy versions, just because Game Boy was the system I played the most. And what's interesting is that Mortal Kombat 2 for the Game Boy is fantastic. It is an amazing fighting game port. It's an amazing fighting game for a portable system with no power.
I played a ton of Mortal Kombat 2 on Super Nintendo. I would have friends over. My living room kind of became a mini arcade.
Yeah, Super Nintendo fixed their mistakes.
All the blood and gore was there, and it was fantastic.
Fatality.
It felt pretty darn close to arcade perfect. So haha, that time Nintendo came out on top.
Yep.
Raiden wins. Fatality.
Coming home uncensored. Adam Clayton's successful rescue of the Super NES version of Mortal Kombat earned them the excitement for the sequel. Meanwhile, Paul Caruthers passed on the opportunity to work on Mortal Kombat 2 for Genesis, so David Leitch accepted the challenge.
I got put on as a lead on the second one, and that's where we really made the right decisions, which was nice. The idea was to just convert the code line by line and build the multi-processing system so it would work on the Super Nintendo, which of course is a different language of assembly.
Finish it.
We, I think, started, is November or something like that in 1993. We had to be done in July, and so we didn't show them anything until April. We just got our first pass of Mortal Kombat 2 for the SNES. Wow. The entire video department here at Midway is absolutely blown away at how well you have matched the feel of our arcade version on Mortal Kombat 2. We can already see that this will be the version to have, as the graphics and gameplay are awesome. So we just continued down that road, got the game done on time, and it scored really high. I had some magazines, gave it 5 stars, and it was a nice project. I did think that it was done a lot better. They could ship a game that was more like the arcade, as much as we could get it anyway. Put the rating on it and not have to have green blood.
Johnny Cage wins.
I don't know if the Genesis guys would debate me, but I felt like it was the de facto version for at least Mortal Kombat 2.
And the ongoing debate that still sort of seems to rage on up to the present day, like between the SNES version and the Genesis version. SNES version is perceived as being like the winner, it's the better version. And that's like, I think, largely because it's like more complete version. The reason the SNES one has got more stuff than ours, because they were like both made for the same size sort of cartridge, is that it's a lower resolution system, right? So therefore their art assets are smaller, and all the little sort of size differences add up.
Jax wins.
You end up with space for fatality.
Fatality.
The fact that the speech samples are missing, that's the thing that like kind of stands out to me. The way I got the Genesis version is like a little bit sort of convoluted. Basically, Paul had done the first one, Paul were offered the second one, and they offered it to Paul, which is like kind of logical sort of thing to do, and Paul turned it down.
Idiocy, stupidity. At the time I was offered it, I did think that actually MK2 wouldn't ever come out, that it would be banned. There was a bunch of people in the studio kind of talking about violence and talking about this game, and so I didn't particularly want to spend all that effort on a game that then got banned. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
So then they offered it to me. Right, and I'd never done any Mega Drive stuff before. They used to think of this like a cooperative multitasking system. It's the first time I'd ever like kind of come across it, and like once I like kind of understood it properly, I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. Basically, I ripped it off. But every game that I wrote subsequent to that, I used that system. Everybody was like kind of happy with the version that I did, and that was no bad thing. I mean, 'cause it's like a really good game, you know. Hard to mess it up.
Yeah, but turns out that they made it that way. Launching worldwide, Acclaim Entertainment Inc.'s new Mortal Kombat 2, the most highly anticipated video game of the year, is backed by an unparalleled multi-million-dollar marketing campaign. The program utilizes an entertainment-intensive model to introduce Mortal Kombat 2 and hits home via all major marketing vehicles available. We're preparing for the simultaneous worldwide release of Mortal Kombat 2 this September with an aggressive and wide-ranging marketing program designed to heighten product recognition and retailer and consumer enthusiasm. Mortal Kombat 2 campaign innovatively and effectively utilizes in-store merchandise and major consumer sweepstakes and promotions to achieve maximum reach. Elements of Acclaim's Mortal Kombat 2 campaign includes, beginning August, a specially produced Acclaim Mortal Kombat 2 commercial is scheduled to run on more than 1,600 Odeon Cineplex movie screens nationwide through the middle of September. In addition, movie-style poster ads and standees will be displayed in theater lobbies throughout the campaign. Starting September, TV commercials promoting the street date for increased consumer awareness on primetime network, cable, syndication, and top spot markets. Nationwide promo IDs are also scheduled to air. Radio spots and promotions airing in top markets prior to shipping. Acclaim Mortal Kombat 2 commercials airing on Channel M, Aladdin's Castle exclusive TV channel with points of purchase displays, location, and Aladdin arcades nationwide. Specially produced in-store videos, point of purchase displays including banners, standees, and posters, and a Mortal Kombat 2 retailer pre-sale program. In addition, Mortal Kombat 2 is being featured on the covers of top gaming publications, while a free Mortal Kombat 2 consumer newsletter and arcade giveaways through major video game publications are also being formulated. Jesus. Fueled by the jeez, my lord, bro. Alright, so it's just this page. Fueled by a multi-tiered, multi-formative marketing campaign in excess of $10 million, Acclaim Entertainment Inc.'s Mortal Kombat 2, the most highly anticipated video game of the year, will release worldwide on September 9th, which is like 4 days behind September 13th, which is called Mortal Friday. The title will be available on all leading video game hardware systems and is slated for simultaneous introduction at retail outlets through North America, Europe, and Japan. Acclaim's Mortal Kombat 2 follows the company's release last year of Mortal Kombat, which has since become one of the best-selling video games in history, having achieved sales of more than 6 million units worldwide. With Mortal Kombat, we set the industry standard for creating events to launch outstanding products. Next month, we're planning to raise that standard even higher with Mortal Kombat 2's global marketing campaign and impressive martial arts video game experience. Fueled by a multi-million-dollar, multi-tier global marketing campaign, Acclaim's simultaneous worldwide release of Mortal Kombat 2 is supported by all-new TV spots, an extensive campaign, and a lineup of in-store promotions and point-of-sale materials. Airing on primetime network, cable, syndication, and in top spot markets on Mortal Friday television commercials promoting the September 9th street date. A special version of the commercial is currently playing in more than 3,600 Cineplex, Odeon, and Screen Vision movie theaters nationwide through September 16th, and is also airing in theaters throughout the UK and France. Anticipation. Each time fans receive another monthly issue of their favorite video game magazine, the Mortal Kombat 2 ad will be updated. At first, it showed nothing but a lightning bolt in the catchphrase, and then added the famous dragon logo, and ultimately confirmed the release date with the Mortal Kombat 2 logo and screenshots. Nothing can prepare you. Might need that. The Pit 2. Oh, Jesus. Nothing can prepare you. I have been doing a lot of traveling these days, keeping a low profile. Why? Because I'm the dude who broke the Mortal Kombat story in the original Pit newsletter. Didn't get it? Then you will probably be the last little hooligan on your block who didn't get the inside scoop on what became the hottest video game of the year, Mortal Kombat. Oh, you've heard of it? Of course you did. And so did 6 million other gamers around the globe who bought it. But hey, everything's cool because you are now reading The Pit 2, the only underground newsletter busting with the inside dirt on everything about Mortal Kombat 2. So go on and read the exclusive and overheard interview with Larry Kasanoff, the guy producing Mortal Kombat the movie. Check out the cool stuff Acclaim plans to give away if you reserve your copy on Mortal Kombat 2 ahead of time and get the early scoop on Spider-Man and Venom Maximum Carnage. That's right, not only did I manage to weasel my way into the inner circle of Mortal Kombat 2 programmers, I also got some juicy stuff on Maximum Carnage and they threw it down here. What a nice guy, huh? Well, quit stalling and prepare yourself for the pit too. Only problem is, nothing can prepare you for this. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of traveling these days, and one of my stops was London, England. That's right, I decided to pop in on the royal family, see how the Prime Minister was doing, and check out the acclaimed Mortal Kombat 2 commercial shoot, which was in progress. That set was total unreal, like being on another planet. Hey, does the Outworld come to mind? Did you know that the drummer for the music was Les Warner, drummer for the group The Cult? Did you know that Image Animation, the company who created the characters for the TV spot, also did the special effects makeup for the Hellraiser movies? Of course you didn't. That's why I'm here. Check out the sneak peeks I managed to click off between tea times. Nice. Do I really want to read this? I guess. Actually, no. I'm not even gonna read this. I mean, everybody knows the fucking story between Mortal Kombat 2, right? Top 10 combat questions. What arcade version is the home game based upon? Mortal Kombat 2 is based on version 3.1, the most recent. What controllers will Mortal Kombat 2 be competitive with? Anything that lets you control a video game will work on Mortal Kombat 2, including the Activator and the 3 and 6 button controllers for the Genesis. Will Mortal Kombat 2 be available for any other systems besides Nintendo and Sega? Acclaim has announced that Mortal Kombat 2 will be coming to Sega Genesis 32X and Saturn systems next year. All the characters in the Game Boy and Game Gear version. This game has so much in it. Baraka, Johnny Cage, Kung Lao, and Raiden were given the tournament off for these versions. Hey, everyone needs a breather every now and then. And while we're at it, Acclaim has increased both the speed and control of the portable version, so don't hesitate to go mobile with Mortal Kombat 2. How many megs in this 16-bit version? It took 24 megs of gaming power to fit this baby inside a cartridge. What secret characters are in the game? The games are exactly like the arcade, so will it have all the finishing moves, all the combinations, all the Mortal Kombat 2 excitement? Oh shit. Will there be a code for the Genesis version? There will be no codes necessary for any version. No codes, no sweat. What's the difference between the Nintendo and Sega versions? Nothing. They're the same game. When can we get Mortal Kombat 2? Nothing. Nothing can prepare you for Mortal Friday, September 9th. So do yourself a favor and reserve a copy in advance. In exchange, you'll get a complete set of Mortal Kombat 2 posters from participating retailers. It's bad enough you don't have to wait in line for cafeteria food. Don't wait for the hottest video game of the year. Reserve now. Okay, we'll do lunch. That's the last thing I said to producer Larry Kasanoff after we finished our exclusive interview. Okay, maybe it was more like I better get the heck out of here. You see, I actually overheard this conversation at Acclaim and copied it all down from the back of a Maximum Carnage instructional manual. How I got one is another story. Here is what Larry, the guy who helped bring you Terminator Judgment Day and this summer's blockbuster movie True Lies, had to say. What game is the movie based upon Mortal Kombat or Mortal Kombat 2? This movie is based upon the entire Mortal Kombat legend, composed of both myths and facts, and it will take the audience into that world to reveal the entire Mortal Kombat legend. That's what's so cool about the movie. What characters are in the movie? All of them, including Goro, Raiden, Sub-Zero, Sonya, Shang Tsung. Has anyone been cast yet? Yes, so far we have Christopher Lambert as Raiden, Lyndon Ashby as Johnny Cage, Talisa Soto as Katana, Robin Shou as Liu Kang, Kari Hiroyuki Tagawa as Shang Tsung, Kathleen McKellen as Sonya Blade before they switched it to fucking Bridget Wilson, and Goro has himself. Will the characters be able to execute all the special martial arts moves from the video game? Yes, it was very important for us that the audience see the characters performing their moves. Those without martial arts background has been in intensive training for months. The rest of the cast are accomplished martial artists as well as acrobats, so you'll definitely see all the action. Did the developers of the arcade video game have any input in the movie? Without a doubt. They were trying to capture the very essence of Mortal Kombat and translate that underlying mystique onto the big screen. To do this, we needed to establish a very close partnership with the developers. When and where would be the movie begin shooting? We started shooting in August in Thailand, a magnificent setting and ideal backdrop for the movie. Mortal Kombat the movie should be out in late spring or early summer of '95. Do you have a favorite character? I love them all, but if I have to pick one, it will be Goro. Wait until you see him in the movie. You will swear he was real. There will be lines, so do yourself a favor and go reserve your copy of Mortal Kombat 2 for whatever system or systems you want. Acclaim is bringing the true arcade game home for all systems. That means the Super NES version is the same as the Genesis one. No codes, no sweat. And if you reserve your copy by September 9th or Mortal Friday, you will get not one, not two, but 3 special Mortal Kombat 2 posters. One of which includes every Mortal Kombat 2 move on the planet. Here's another little secret. While you're there, reserve a copy of Maximum Carnage, Acclaim's new game based on the 14-part mega Marvel comic book series, and receive the Maximum Carnage soundtrack cassette by Green Jelly, the group that brought you the song Three Little Pigs, and who composed the theme music that's in the game. You'll also get some cool trading cards. By the way, if you do reserve your Maximum Carnage card early, you'll increase your chances to receive one of the limited edition red cards. Yep, a red card. Excuse me, but why are you still here, not down at the store? Coming to 32X and PC in Las Vegas. Acclaim Entertainment expands the explosive and action of the industry of the most popular martial arts video game, Mortal Kombat 2, as it launches on Sega's 32X and DOS compatible computers. The new titles join Acclaim's lineup of Mortal Kombat 2 titles for Nintendo and Sega systems. With its intense and drama, Mortal Kombat 2 projects larger-than-life cinematic presence. Initial sales for the product reflect on this energy, as will our efforts to bring the most sophisticated versions yet to the PC, CD-ROM, and 32X formats. Mortal Kombat 2 spins its way... Sorry. I had to burp real quick. Mortal Kombat 2 spin kicks his way onto the industry's most advanced systems, taking advantage of the expanded capabilities of Sega's 32X and DOS compatible computers, including 3.5-inch disc and PC CD-ROM formats, by offering an additional animation for smooth movement and sharp graphics and enhanced sound effects that include all arcade voice samples, featuring all 12 of the arcade game's characters, including new characters such as Baraka, Katana, and Reptile. Mortal Kombat 2 allows gamers to jump right into the middle of a powerful martial arts action, complete with finishing moves, friendship moves, fatalities, and handling characters. With the record opening revenues, Acclaim's Mortal Kombat 2 now ranks among the largest video game introductions in history. Supported by a $10 million marketing campaign, elements of Mortal Kombat 2's campaign included an innovative online sweepstakes with a prodigy, which reached more than 2 million subscribers, as well as a specially produced Mortal Kombat 2 commercial, which ran on more than 1,600 Cineplex Odeon movie screens nationwide, and a promotional insert of the upcoming Mortal Kombat animated home video. That's crazy work. I've never seen that. Mortal Kombat 2 for Sega 32 and DOS compatible computers will be available later this year and is expected to retail for $69.99 and $54.95 respectively. That's crazy work. Mortal Kombat 2 is currently available for the Super Nintendo, Genesis, Game Gear, and Game Boy at expected retail prices of $74.95, $64.95, $44.95, and $34.95 respectively. So that means that games used to be $74 back in the day. So why are we complaining about it now? This is the one I remember the most. Numbers don't lie. Acclaim sold more than 6 million home versions of Mortal Kombat, with the Genesis version outselling the Super Nintendo version roughly 3-1. In response, Nintendo loosened its content policies for Mortal Kombat 2, and a rating was added to the box, deeming it suitable for players aged 17 and up. Genesis gamers no longer needed to enter a secret code to enable blood. Mortal Kombat 2's Sega 16-bit console featured bloody on by default, with a VRC rating of MA17 clearly visible on the box cover. The Canton port. They advertised a collector's edition combined release of Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat 2 for PC and the 32-bit Sega Saturn. While a standalone version of Mortal Kombat 2 would appear on Saturn in '96, this combo version only ended up shipping on PC and Game Boy. With two monster hit games in a major motion picture in development, Mortal Kombat was now a pop culture juggernaut. Now the team at Midway had to figure out how to innovate with the inevitable third installment. Knowledge and power. The team at Midway have come very far, very fast, building two industry-changing games in as many years. Now they were ready to really flex their creative muscles. As new tools like 3D rendering and Adobe Photoshop joined the development process, the team made specific artistic choices for Mortal Kombat 3 with an eye towards offering new gameplay.
MK2 was great and stuff, but I really didn't want us to just do the same game with prettier graphics.
We were always trying to one-up what we did. Like, obviously, MK1, we had the, you'd fall into the pit. And that was great. It was always asking the question, well, what can we do next?
Reptile wins.
MK3 was like, now we're going to knock you upwards. Now we're going to knock you downwards.
Right.
Certainly the visual qualities of the backgrounds changed over time quite significantly.
As the story took it, MK3 was based more on Earth.
.3D technology played a part.
I had been learning how to sculpt things in 3D. I created what became the subway. And I showed Ed, I'm like, hey, we could actually just, instead of like going out and videoing stuff and getting things out of books or, whatever, or even just drawing them, we could actually build them in 3D with correct lighting and, stuff like that. And it could even help us do the parallaxing if we wanted it to. He was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's go that route. So a lot of the backgrounds, I would kind of build them in 3D, and then Tony would take that and draw on it and dress them up, make them look better from there.
There's a look that's missing. It looked kind of too plastic and toyish and simple, but it was great for a starting point. We would always touch up over it. That would give it its clean look. And one of the backgrounds that we started with 3D was the Soul Chamber. I always like a star in the background, and I just coined the name Soulnado for the soul inside the mouth, and I drew that in deluxe paint, frame by frame.
I did a drawing of this in 3D just so you can make it any size and any lighting, any angle you wanted. This is it's just ornamental, it's just like kind of a really neat background thing.
We would always in Mortal Kombat put in names, our names, hidden somewhere sometimes. And mainly it was the graveyard.
I'm sure that I probably designed in 3D the tombstones, and Tony probably drew in our names. A lot of that grass, and maybe even putting the background in there, like the sky and stuff. Dave Mikicic joined our team, and he knew about Photoshop. We hadn't heard about Photoshop. Photoshop was new. He took that city scene with Shao Kahn's fortress in the distance. What I gave was kind of stale. It was very stark. He added like haze and all kinds of cool atmosphere with Photoshop. We started using Photoshop a lot after that.
Once we get the digitized image, it's a lot like painting. And right now we're going through a process where we sort of filter the images through. We'll grab the image and Steve Moran will start and do some Photoshop on the guy, and then we'll hand him over to Tony, who does some touch-up. And then it gets passed over to me, and then I do some of this more detailed touch-up, and then I give it back to Steve, and he kind of separates the different colors and creates the different palettes, and then we give it back to Tony, and he does the final touch-up and stuff and gets it ready for the game. I'm working on a friendship move for Shigoro character, and that's her tentative name. She didn't have a real name yet. The move is she's got to turn around and she's going to pull out sort of plates and little sticks, and she spins the plates and the sticks and balances them on her hand, and she does this with her back towards you.
I remember wanting the characters to be a little bit smaller. The reason I wanted them a little smaller was so they can have more lateral motion to run.
I remember having that conversation in Ed's office because my first reaction was, wait, we should be getting bigger. It's
Right.
like, what do you mean smaller, you know? The hardware, we can push more stuff and we should be making them bigger. But it didn't last long. I think once the run button was in, you saw right away the value of the sprinting.
Round one, fight.
I wanted it to be more aggressive. I always felt like our walking was a bit slow, and that really was pushing for the run.
To me, it feels weird when I play MK2. I feel like I'm in molasses. It's like, come on, you know, like, I just want to move faster. So.
We really loved to see players doing combos, but some players just couldn't uppercut somebody and then jump and then, you know, juggle them and do all these kind of. So we wanted something that was a little bit more mechanical, right? Like anybody can do 1-1-2 or something like that. Right? The whole dynamic of the game was just so aggressive. And some people were intimidated by that.
Finish him.
It was somewhat controversial. There was a guy who was a tech in our, you know, like where they would build the games. He was looking at it and he goes, you know, I don't know why you added the run button, you know, I don't know what that. And then, you know, fast forward 3 weeks.
Nightwolf wins.
He actually came by and said, you know, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, man. That thing was cool.
Goes to show that, you know, the run button actually did a lot of wonders. Crazy work. John Tobias updated the costumes for all returning characters. Nice. That's supposed to be Sub-Zero? Fighting in the streets. John Tobias' sketches during early development offer guidance and ideas for new battlegrounds, including the multi-level bell tower and the subway beneath the city street. Yeah, you could tell that they were really trying to get real better with the game here and there. So, that's definitely great. That's dope. One of the main combatants going to be portrayed by a live actor. The four-armed Shiva. As with Goro and Kitaro, a puppet with opposable armature was created and shot by frame. Mortal Kombat performers could come from anywhere, provided they have patience, trust, and a willingness to take fall. Mortal Kombat performers Sal DeVita and Kerry Hoskins recall the process of creating Sonya, Nightwolf, and other characters.
One day I was in the office at Playboy downtown Chicago, and the phone rang. It was Jack Hager, and he was looking for a couple cheerleaders for this game called NBA Jam. I had no idea how to cheerlead. I said I could, but I had no idea. It was great working with everybody, and then Jack invited me on to the next game, which was Revolution X. We were trying to develop Mistress Helga. He had an idea. He wanted to be like this mistress, you know, in leather, and I said, well, I got some ideas, you know, and I put a black wig on and put my Harley Davidson jacket on and black stretch pants. He added chains and put some labels on it, and he was just like, perfect. And then that is how Mistress Helga developed. That was a blast. And then I just started working with Midway, you know, game after game, and they said that they needed a new Sonya and asked me if I'd like to do it, and I said, absolutely.
I think John one time was just walking by me in a hallway. He's like, "Hey Sal, you feel like being a character for, you know, Mortal Kombat 3?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure."
By the time we got to Mortal Kombat 3, we had a complete blue screen studio, professional lighting, professional cameras, a green room, dressing rooms for the actors.
Hey, get out of here, man.
Jack Hager put that all together. It was phenomenal.
Each capture session was 2 to 3 days. John and I would do the lighting. We always consistently had what we called a money light that just was a rim light. And we'd spend a lot of time doing that because there was no going back with the lighting.
Whenever you're making a game, you would record the data and then immediately check it in the tool to make sure the lighting was right, to make sure the size was right, and whatever.
The camera takes in the signal into our beta camera recorder, and we also run a signal into our PC. This is where we do the actual grabbing of frames to be digitized. We're able to click through frame by frame, delete the frames we don't want, keep the frames that we do like.
Once you had all that set, then you could start kind of rolling into the actual moves and then forget about the technical side of it.
When we started filming a character, we'd get into work probably roughly around 10 o'clock, and usually the whole filming process takes, you know, all day.
On average day of a 14-hour shoot, we came in, got into makeup. It didn't take too long for Sonya. She doesn't wear much.
And then we have a list, a huge list of animations, kicks, punches, uppercuts, and then the special moves and stuff. Capturing every single frame of them performing these moves.
Neither Sal nor Carrie had martial arts background, right? You know, they were super athletic.
I watched a lot of martial arts. I watched a lot of, you know, Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, and I studied like the theatrics of martial arts, but I didn't have the discipline.
Right, and my background was just gymnastics and boxing.
Sonya Blade, there she is. Yeah.
A little bit of WWF wrestling.
Oh, jeez. That's no way to begin a demonstration. I think Sonya is in a little trouble here. She's being tied to a dog.
So I was more into the falls and the suplexes and that kind of stuff.
There was this tomboyish quality to her that doesn't come across when you see her.
Yeah.
And then once you work with her, you realize, holy crap, she's going to do everything we need and more.
Yeah.
Probably the hardest thing about doing any of the moves is you had to start and finish in the same spot.
And that was the main thing, is getting back into idle, getting back into idle. They wanted all the follow through. They wanted all the momentum, but they wanted all that power to come all the way through. Like, you know, but then you had to always get back into idle pose, and that was the main thing.
I remember I added like the scrunchie in my ponytail, and we always tried to work together with costuming. You know, they would have like the basic costume, and then they would let the actors kind of bring in a little bit of detail.
Helping John with creating costumes was like this art project. We would go to sports stores and buy like hockey gear and army surplus stores and, you know, just buy pieces and, hey, that works and put some duct tape on it. And Home Depot has this cool rubber piece that we could use for Sector's helmet. And like, it was very do-it-yourself.
But the helmet itself was so back heavy that literally everything that I did was like, it was pulling my head back. And the mask, by doing this, the mask looked like it was looking forward. So I was always kind of doing this with everything, with all my actions.
We wanted it as compact as possible because we didn't want him to look out of proportion.
Yeah.
And so the helmet is really tight.
It must have been torture for, 8 hours or whatever.
That's where your neck problems
That's where my neck hurts so much.
I think with the Sonya costume, he was just trying to keep everything in when you're bouncing around.
I think my favorite Sal character is still Nightwolf. He just turns into that guy, and like he extends his chin, like he almost like transforms.
Sal, he had no fear. He would just go over the top. He would just insist on trying a move that we were afraid he'd get hurt from.
Throwing himself around.
Yeah, just so committed to it.
you need to look like you're taking pain. You snap your head back, you know, really kind of throw yourself over. And when you fell, you had to look like you were getting hurt. So I would throw myself twisting around as much as I could at a time. Many times I would land, you know, on my neck wrong, land on my back wrong.
Sal would often hurt himself, or not often, but he has a history of hurting himself, you know, trying to get the best performance.
Didn't matter if we were working or if the camera was on or whatever. Like, I just throw my hand out and, see, put my hand on the back of his neck and go, wham!
Smack my face
And
into
he'd
it.
fall back onto the floor, and everybody is like, oh my God.
And in fact, I think her and Sal would have like contests with each other to see who can do what better. It was fun watching those two go at it.
They're still good friends to this day.
So if I was going to hit you hard, I'd
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, so it's not the hardness, it's the location.
Reactions, all just in reaction.
That's pretty dope. The ultimate 2D capture. These snapshots from the performance capture process for Mortal Kombat 3 reveal an upgraded video capture system and more detailed costumes. It's pretty clean. Warren Davis, who created the system for digitizing live actors, returned to Williams in 1991 and began improving his creation. His new toolset eliminated the need for videotape capturing images directly to a hard drive. This improved process would significantly benefit Mortal Kombat 3. The cyborg ninja characters were eventually named Sector and Cyrax, but during development, John Vogel nicknamed them Ketchup and Mustard, which became their temporary names in early development builds. I guess that's how Ketchup and Mustard got their names too. It was a blast getting the cyborg costumes together. It was a mix of BMX motocross gear, hockey protection, duct tape, and rubber tubbing. Rubber tubbing. For being really thrown together, I'm really happy with the way Sector and Cyrax turned out. Nice. Mortal Kombat 3, John Tobias and John Vogel once again designed a boss character with 6 limbs, but this time the 2 extra appendages were legs, not arms. The massive centaur Motaro was created around the metal posable skeleton that covered in foam and painted. Motaro in detail. These 2013 photos revealed patches where the maquette's foam has disintegrated, but mostly the original model remains intact. Kinda did. The difference between a popular hit and a franchise: action figures. In 1994, Hasbro released a line of Mortal Kombat toys, often repurposing parts from its popular G.I. Joe line. A refreshed assortment of toys was released in 1995, shortly before the debut of the movie. Mortal Kombat has always benefited from rumors and ambiguity. Players has proven that they will put another few quarters to find out if the hidden character or a special move really was in the game. With Mortal Kombat 3, Midway fully embraced the concept of mystery in its marketing. Huh.
With MK2, we were just fully embracing the secret nature of the game. Smoke and Jade were hidden characters. For MK3, the codes were basically just putting it front and center. Like it wasn't, oh, discover whatever. It was like, here are your secret dials, you know, play with your secret dials.
There's 6 little boxes, 3 of which are controlled by player 1, 3 of which are controlled by player 2. Try different combinations. There's a million possible combinations. to see what can be unlocked in the game.
To get the code for Unlimited Run, each player must press low punch 4 times and block and low kick 6 times.
Marketing jumped on that and said, oh, we could do stuff with advertisements and give this magazine these codes and give magazines that code.
By using these symbols, ads will provide clues to codes on MK3 games. It's like a puzzle where one piece is missing. To solve the puzzle, players must go to your location and play the game.
I remember in Mortal Kombat 1 sneaking in Reptile. Reptile was such a big hit that we wanted something in the player's face that was this long string of digits. It encouraged conversation, speculation. When you activated it, from that point on, the game unlocked smoke in the player's select screen. And I remember in Mortal Kombat 3 mocking up a purple ninja, and I put the name Rain in there. Purple Ninja, Purple Rain, you know, one of my favorite albums. Just in the attract mode, it wasn't even in the game. I was kind of trolling players and putting like Ermac, you know, like Ermac was really just something for me, an audit, like certain stats that you wanted to know, how many times this character was picked, stuff like that. But everybody thought it was a character, so we made him.
Oh shit!
Combat codes. At the start of a Mortal Kombat 3 match, players can enter one of many secret codes to access hidden features. Since knowing these codes could give you a benefit during gameplay, marketing, creating the tagline, there is no knowledge that is not power. Codes everywhere. Combat codes were printed in magazine advertisements, flashed on the screen during promotional videos, and given to game magazines as exclusive information. With the cross promotions of an upcoming film, animated video, and live tour, fans scoured all Mortal Kombat merchandise for secrets and clues. Keep watching for hidden codes from Mortal Kombat 3 and the journey behind the scenes of the Mortal Kombat movie. The Ultimate Combat Code. At the end of the game, players were invited to enter a 10-character Ultimate Combat Code. If both players work together, the correct sequence of button presses 109, 02, 222, 34 will permanently unlock Smoke as a playable character on the machine. Which is this. Mortal Kombat 3 introduced an unusual alternative to fatalities, a mercy. If a fight went 3 rounds, a player could opt to restore some of their opponent's health while giving them a second chance to win the match. If a player who granted mercy still won, they could perform a new type of finishing move. Animalities. Inspired by a false rumor that Sub-Zero could turn into a polar bear, Mortal Kombat 3 added the animality as a new type of finishing move. With the correct inputs, every character could morph into a different animal to deliver a graphic final blow. Run, run, run. The new run button added the control panel under the player's right thumb, dramatically altered gameplay, rewarding aggressive players and enabling multi-hit combos. For players who found the changes invigorating, it was hard to return to the pace of the previous games.
For me, the changes in Mortal Kombat 3 were, it was a little jarring in all honesty. I very much liked how 1 to 2 went, where it was, it's everything I wanted, and 3 was, the new mechanics were just, it was different.
I think the Mortal Kombat that threw me the most was 3. 2 felt like it took 1 to the extreme. Everything seemed like Mortal Kombat 1, but more. Mortal Kombat 3 felt like almost like a reboot of the franchise in a weird way.
Nightwolf wins.
And for maybe 15 minutes when I first played it, I was like, this isn't Mortal Kombat. I want to go back to Mortal Kombat 2. And then when I realized I could go into like this insane combo that eventually resulted in someone exploding, I was like, oh, I'm back in. This is Mortal Kombat. This is definitely Mortal Kombat.
It wasn't a surprise to see that they wanted to incorporate a little bit of those dial combo type mechanics into that game, because Killer Instinct was really popular.
I think that was the one that introduced the run button, if I recall.
The run button? Oh my god. Like, that changed so much stuff.
The run button I've never gotten used to this day. I just never find the right way to use it. So I never used the run. So I became a little bit more defensive with MK3.
And I remember the moment when someone punched me through a stage and being like, oh, wait a minute, like the game is like breaking its own fourth wall. And that stuff was cool.
Round 2, fight.
Going back to Mortal Kombat 2 after playing Mortal Kombat 3 with the run button was like going back to Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition after playing Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I could not go back speed-wise. It was so fast, and it felt more aggressive, which is what Mortal Kombat should be.
I got my first speeding ticket racing to go to the arcade before it closed to play Mortal Kombat 3. I was just hauling ass in my 1991 Saturn, which was red, and I thought it was cool. My first car that Jazz Jackrabbit bought me. And, you know, a cop pulls me over, and he's like, is everything working okay in this car? I'm like, I guess, officer. He's like, well, what about the speedometer? I guess I hit the run button with the accelerator in my car. I think Ed and John still probably owe me $50 for that ticket.
That's crazy work. Arcade games usually did not have exact release dates. The nature of distribution might mean it take days or weeks for machines to reach local arcades. But Midway picked the specific date, April 15th, 1995, as the launch date for Mortal Kombat 3, going as far as embedding it as a custom-made Nightmare television commercial. John Vogel's home movies. John Vogel bought a camcorder to the American Corn Machine Exposition Trade Show in March 1995 when Mortal Kombat 3 made his debut. The selected highlights show Ed Boon, John Tobias, and Dave Mitchell demonstrating the game as well as the cast performing the stunt show.
Saw you in the video on that.
Saw me in the video?
Yeah, you were working in your office.
Oh, right, yeah, I know, isn't that cool? Yeah. I'm famous now.
Yeah, yeah.
Hi, Dave, what's up? Probably out of focus anyway.
let's roll. Okay, this is Mortal Kombat 3, and here are 4 of the fighters from Mortal Kombat 3. Our first contestant is... Sonya! Yeah. Sonya Blade, there she is. Yeah. Number 2, Kano. Right. That's Kano. Number 3 is Jax. Yes. Let's go. Yeah. And finally we have Kung Lao. All right, let's hear it for them. They're going to be giving us a little demonstration of martial arts technique. Here we go. We start with Kano and Sonya. Oh, jeez. That's no way to begin a demonstration. Well, I think Sonya is in a little trouble here. She's being tied to a dog. A fate that shouldn't befall anyone. Kano is swelling with pride. He's proud of himself. Yeah. Who will save Sonya? Okay. Who will? Ooh, Kung Lao. Lost his path.
See, I would love this type of fight.
Several punches below the belt there. Ooh, it's Jax. Maybe he'll save Sonya. And Jax saved the day. All right, let's hear it for all of our Mortal Kombat characters. We have Sonya, Kung Lao, Jax, and Kano. Well, we did have Kano. Once we had Kano. Now we have a shell of a man. Let's hear it for him one more time, the Mortal Kombat characters. Thanks, guys. I should let you know that this is the year of Mortal Kombat 3, really. There'll be a lot more than just this game, as if that's not enough. This is really the first element of the year of Mortal Kombat. It begins really today. In addition to this, there will be a making of Mortal Kombat tape that comes out in June. In July, there will be an animated feature that comes out. In August, there will be a feature-length film that comes out from the from the producers of Terminator 2. In September, there will be a live tour that kicks off. It'll go all around the globe and hit more than 200 cities. Also, operators who purchase this game will be getting a free ROM update that will include special new characters, special secret codes, special new backgrounds, and all of that. But right now, we'll get Ed Boon and John Tobias over here. Hey, Ed, John. And they're going to give us a little demonstration of Mortal Kombat. Ed will explain a little bit more about the codes that we talked about and how those feed everything back into the game.
First, I guess we'll start off with an explanation of the game when you start. On one-player map, you notice here there's 3 towers, 3 different heights, for 3 different degrees of difficulty. You know, a lot of people, some people were so good at Mortal Kombat they would be able to go through the whole game in one order. Other people couldn't get past the first time. So we basically set up 3 different levels of difficulty to allow the the players for advancing higher level. This one also has a lot more hidden characters, etc. different about this one than the previous one, Mortal Kombat 3. Thank you, Kato.
Ah.
So, who's judged by it?
Okay, people, what Jim just mentioned, that our code system is something. Oh, actually, here's a fatality. What Jim was just talking about was a code system that we put into the game that you can access through the versus screen in a two-player game. And what these codes do is they enable the player to get to different variations of playing the game. There's all sorts of things like this buried into the game. Again, accessible through the secret codes. And as I was saying, the codes are hidden all over the place in ads, in the motion picture that New Light's putting out, and that'll be released in August, and that's a $40 million motion picture. Also,
Mortal Kombat rock!
The original version of Mortal Kombat 3 featured 15 playable characters, only a few of which were brought over from Mortal Kombat 2, making it for a vastly different experience. These symbols were meme-powered. The promotional flyer for Mortal Kombat 3 shows handwritten versions of the combat code signals, which cheekily add one more relevant to arcade owners, a $sign. I've read this already. Hidden characters. 2 characters wait to be discovered within Mortal Kombat 3. A cybernetic version of Smoke and a new form of Noob Saibot. Both can be accessed with special codes. Smoke is unlocked via the ultimate combat code 10902222234. Once unlocked, the Smoke's portrait appears in the center of the character select screen. Additionally, in a 2-player match, the combat code 205205 will grant the winner a round against Smoke. But what's a Dorphin? Entering the combat code 769342 will transport players to Noob Saibot's Dorphin, where they will face a version of the character that borrows its sprites and moves from Kano. See for yourself by pressing play. The secret space shooter. Beware the realm of Relum Okanap. Warns the loading screen for Mortal Kombat 3's hidden space shooter game, which could be accessed either through combat code 642468 or playing 102-player matches. According to artist Kent Miller, he and coder Mark Pineccio intentionally made the Easter egg insanely difficult, which this fucking shit was. Oh. This is a 28-minute fucking shit? Golly, bro. Huh. That's interesting. The running and this shit would be ruthless. Huh, that's crazy. That was dope. That's dope too. The rapid growing game industry left CES behind and gathered for the Electronics Entertainment Expo E3 in May 1995 in Los Angeles. The show became a debut of Williams Entertainment, now the publisher for Midway's home conversions. The E3 booth included a Mortal Kombat 3 show featuring actors from the game. Oh god. You know what? I'm gonna stop it right here, because this has been a lot. I've been on it for 5 hours and 27 minutes. I think this ends it here, but I will be back to do more. From all of us here, I'll be genuine until I die, and I will see you guys in the next run. Peace.